past the men where the cold numbers ring, past the market of mirrors that ask me to sing. A spark in my pocket, a compass of gold says step into daylight and walk on your own. They're tagging our shadows, they're leasing our names, selling us comfort in barcode chains. But truth isn't rented and courage won't fold. It clinks like a coin you can actually hold. If they're building a cage out of whispering wires, I'll strike a match on the bars till the mouth catches fire. Raise up the ladder of daylight higher than screens, higher than screens. Over the turnstiles of data and ministry dreams, ministry dreams. I'll pay with the freedom no tyrant can spend. If their road has no exits, we'll cut one at the end. They promised us safety for the price of our breath, a smooth little window that stares us to death. But barter and handshake and steel in the hand still purchase the living they don't understand. When the choir of comply harmonizes my faith, I'll answer with thunder from a sovereign state. Raise up the ladder of daylight higher than screens, higher than screens. Over the turnstiles of data and ministry dreams, ministry dreams. I'll pay with a freedom no tyrant can spend. If the road has no exits, we'll cut one at the end. There's a key made of silence, a code made of trust. When the panopticon trembles, it falls into dust. Count down the seconds till the signal is clean. We'll settle our debts where the ledger can't see. cut one at the end. And when morning remembers the names we forgot, will be richer in daylight than any they bought.
A 25-year scam, dressed up in light. They sold you freedom, but caged you in night. The Sarah dreams a dove's invention. Congress never signed that fiction. From Goodwin's lie to the scam's new fame, politicians now baptize the flame. Ravi next week pulls you deeper inside. Every promise a chain you can't untie. Pay to play, the auction's a lie. Cases vanish when the money's right. You keep on hoping but the system's tight. Same con, new sloop. Paid the gavel drop, Kraken bowed, the charges stopped. Gemini's millions grease the floor, but cypherpunks still face the war. Foreign money in the family's hand, TV castles built on sand. To play the auctions alive, winners smile while the weak divide. You chase salvation but they take your pride. Same con, new suit. Same con, new suit. Jenny's act, the backdoor keys. 27 trillion under watchful eyes. No CBDCs, a hollow plea. Surveillance dressed in a new disguise. Pay to play, the auction's alive. Trump-Lutnick exchanges thrive. The losers cry, the dream denied. Same con, new suit. Same con, new. They sell you freedom, but deliver chains. Different scam, same remains.
We don't bow, we don't break, we don't give what they can take. We don't bow, we don't break, we don't give what they can take.
Roger stood with fire in his hand, wheeling built a haven on free land.
Roman wrote the code they fear the most.
the border. Can't hide the truth in paper lies.
Freedom's got a billion eyes. We don't bow, we don't break, we don't give what they can't take. Write our names in fire and gold. We won't do what we are told. We don't bow, we don't break. Yeah, yo, EO 14067, a law that kills the hope we're given. But paper crowns will wash away when the people rise one day.
Roger in Roman's name. We'll sing 'em loud, we'll light that flame.
Every cage they try to build, ooh, will break when voices won't be still. Roger, we will stand for you. Ian, we will fight it through. Roman, your code will run. Freedom's rise has just begun. We don't bow, we don't bow, we don't break, we don't break, we don't give what they can't take. We don't bow, we don't break, we don't give what they can't take. Write our names in fire and gold. We won't do what we are told. We don't bow, we don't break, we don't give what they can't take. We built our walls for 50 years to keep the empires out. But now the crown is forged within of algorithms and doubt. A signature at midnight, the pen of kings disguised, a sovereign crown of numbers, an empire digitized. Shadows on the marble walls, whispers in the dome. The fire burns in secret halls, a kingdom takes its throne. $1 trillion Trojan horse rolling through our gates. Monarchs made of money, rewriting all our fates. Freedom sold for silver, the crown is bought, not earned. History repeats itself, the lesson never learned. Kuwait lit the fire on 53 with oil turned into gold. Desert kings became the lords, their empires bought and sold. From Citigroup to sovereign streets, the bankers bowed heads. The horse grew strong in silence while the people slept instead. Steel and oil, blood and stone, the empire feeds the flame. From east to west, the story's known, the song is still the same. crown is bought, not earned. History repeats itself, the lesson never learned. The Trojan horse is waiting. Its secret is the throne. The crown of kings eternal. The people left alone.
All right, there we go. Audio not working. All right, here we go. Can you hear me now? All right, hopefully we're back. All right, welcome to the Aaron Days Show, Season 2, Episode 32. Tonight we're going to be talking about Trump's move for a sovereign wealth fund, which I believe is a tool to usher in technocracy and consolidate power. And I'm going to walk through, why all of that is important. If you'd bear with me one sec, I'm going to get the slides up here. This is an important topic. This is something that really started to recognize in the last couple of weeks is an important tool. I think if you go back and check some of the more recent episodes, and I'll pop this up in a second. The last 3 or 4 episodes have been really important regarding touching on a theme. And the theme goes back to, if you go back to some of the episodes about Curtis Yarvin and about J.D. Vance, and essentially, I think understanding Yarvin is critically important to understanding what essentially is going on with technocracy. And people don't understand who he is or the influence that he has. I'm just making sure these are actually the right slides, and they're not. So hold on, bear with me one second. So in any event, if you understand Yarvin, you will understand that we have an ideology that is anti-democratic, that's not problematic in and of itself. We weren't intended to be a democracy anyway, or certainly not a mob rule democracy. But essentially, the best way I could describe what I've learned about it is it's kind of like it's Revenge of the Nerds playing out. And look, I can understand this. I was a nerd growing up as well. But you watch some of those movies, Real Genius or Revenge of the Nerds or whatever, how those were portrayed in the 80s. But now you kind of have this going on a larger scale. So now you have a lot of these tech bros are people that were picked on when they were younger, or maybe have some, profound personal issues or emotional issues they haven't dealt with. And now they're kind of taking it out on the rest of society. I think that is a pretty succinct way to describe what I see happening. And, it's not to say that these are bad people, but the issue with this is if you have a bunch of smart people that have resources that are trying to essentially push their issues and essentially get revenge on the rest of humanity now that they're in a position with these resources, I think that's actually largely what we're dealing with the modern era of technocracy. And so this is why this is deeply concerning to me. And you can see it directly in the language that they use. You can see it in the ideas that they're throwing out. There's not a conspiracy theory here. Yarvin is explicitly promoting the idea that the United States needs a dictator or a CEO or a monarch. That is exactly what he's saying. He's going around and doing debates on this. He's been talking about this idea for years, but it's really taken hold recently in modern times. He's been very influential, in particular with Peter Thiel, who he watched the 2016 election returns with. And then right after actually they started to talk, Peter Thiel came out opposed to democracy. And then he started pushing Elon Musk and JD Vance. And so what you're seeing right now, I think we're on the midst. I haven't been able to check because I was preparing for this podcast today. So I understand that we may be close to a government shutdown. And by the way, I will say this, if it happens, which they usually don't, it'll end up costing the taxpayers more money. I used to get really excited about government shutdowns until I saw that everybody ends up getting back pay and it turns out to be a disaster. And usually what happens is politicians, in order to halt the shutdown, they end up increasing spending by getting payoffs for their particular district. That's usually the quid pro quo. So they're usually a disaster. But nevertheless, I'm not a big fan of government. But the problem is, and on the one hand, on the sidelines, I'm cheering this on. But what I know is, in understanding what Yarvin's doing and Vance and Thiel, they want to get rid of people, but they don't want to get rid of the role of government. They want to actually bring in technology. So technocracy. So essentially, this is a backdoor play towards a digital prison. And this isn't a theory. I mean, you look at Palantir, you look at what they're explicitly saying. This is not about reducing the role of government. It's about replacing people in government with technocracy, which actually, believe it or not, if there's anything worse than a bureaucracy, it's technocrats running things through AI and a technocratic system. So I wanted to kind of bring that up. I think that, I think I finally have these slides here. So if you check the last few episodes, last week's episode was on the quantum deception, which is this whole idea of Nasara and Jassara. There's this whole Q level PSYOP. In fact, this was a PSYOP before Q, and it might have even been the precursor to Q. But there are millions of people around the globe that believe that all of the debt's going to be wiped out. White hats are going to come in, change the financial system. Money's going to be backed by gold. It's all going to be transparent. Governments are going to be transparent. And it's going to usher in this new golden age. And it's going to be done using XRP and stellar lumens, the cryptocurrencies. It is a complete fraud. It is a complete scam. People have lost billions of dollars. I encourage you to watch that. I will continue to call out scams on this program. It's not popular to call out scams. A lot of people are like, oh, don't, I'm not saying that, XRP or XLM are bad inherently. Obviously, I promote privacy coins, but this particular couching of it is absolutely fraudulent. Just like we have to call out things like the hijacking of Bitcoin. And I'm going to encourage everybody to do that, because if we are passive about these kinds of scams, we are dealing with a situation where we're looking at CBDCs being pushed. We're looking at stablecoins, which are backdoor CBDCs being pushed. Digital IDs are exploding around the world, including in the United States through Real ID. And when people's attention is distracted in these other ways towards scams, that means we have fewer people building private decentralized solutions. And when you dig into this quantum financial system scam, you realize it's really, they prey on particularly a lot of people of faith and a lot of, I would say, disproportionately women. It's disgusting to watch. The week before that, we talked about the illusion of free speech. Actually, that wasn't the week, that was just a week ago. And I encourage you to take a look at that, because there are a lot of people that think we're living in a golden age of free speech, and that because of the election, the First Amendment has been restored. That couldn't be further from the truth. 70% of online traffic is fake. It's generated by bots. The rest of the algorithms are designed and manipulated to generate rage and to manipulate our dopamine levels. It's not a public square. It's a maze of porta potties. I think people are actually using some of the wrong metaphors on this. And on top of that, a lot of it is pay to play. And many of these big platforms like Rumble and Truth Social are literally owned by politicians or people in the FBI. Dan Bongino is an investor in Rumble, along with JD Vance and Peter Thiel and Howard Lutnick. I mean, this is insane. If it were the left doing this, if Barack Obama owned a news outlet while he was president, people would be irate. So check that out. We do not have free speech. And if you believe that we do have free speech, then that's actually part of the problem, because that's the real trap, is people who think they're free but actually aren't. And I think that's essentially where we are today. And then before that, I did the one on Curtis Yarvin. I do encourage you to go to the theaarondayshow.com. I've also relaunched the Daylight Freedom website, so I encourage you to check that out. That's I'm launching, basically 5 different sites by the end of this month. 3 of them I've already launched. There are going to be 2 others, and I've talked about them over the last several months. The reason I'm doing this is to build tools to help people to collaborate, share information, and empower them. Rather than it be just me providing content, I want to provide tools and interactive resources. DaylightFreedom.org is going to be the website that links to all of the sites. So if you don't want to, keep track of all of the individual sites, this is kind of the portal into everything that's going on. And in addition to those sites that go into technocracy and building privacy solutions on Zeno and so forth, this is where efforts to help our political prisoners like Roger Ver and so forth, all of that, and Roman Storm and Ian Freeman, that's all on that website. Next big event coming up is the Brownstone event, annual event, Salt Lake City. It's October the 31st through November the 1st. I highly recommend this event. Hopefully there's still some tickets, but these Brownstone events are absolutely incredible. It's a great opportunity. It's not just to hear the speakers, it's really the interactivity even around that. It's just a great place to have open conversation about important topics. So I always do this at the introduction. The whole point of the Aaron Day Show and everything that I'm doing is to make people aware of and to frame the ultimate war that I believe that we're in right now, which isn't the US versus Russia or China or Republican versus Democrat. It's technocracy versus freedom. And what's at stake is literally free will itself, because technocracy is not just applying technology to make things more efficient. It's about scientists and engineers making decisions for people from the top down. It's a system that does not honor or care about free will, individual rights, or property rights. And I would argue that technocracy is accelerated by about 5 years in the first 8 or 9 months of the Trump administration. And I've certainly discussed that. And again, you're not going to vote your way out of it. But the reason that I'm saying this is that there are a lot of people that are like, oh yeah, we beat, Klaus Schwab, we beat the globalists. I hear Alex Jones say all the time, we defeated the globalists. It's like, okay, you defeated the globalists. We now have Real ID, which is a digital ID. We have the Genius Act, which is a backdoor CBDC. Palantir is building a database of Americans. We have martial law going on. We have the consolidation of executive power. How is that any different than what you claim that you were opposing when it was the globalists of the Bill Gates variety? And now we have Larry Fink as the co-chair of the World Economic Forum, which is actually worse than having Klaus Schwab. So people are kind of in a bit of a haze about what's actually going on, but surveillance and the things that people didn't like when it was Klaus Schwab and Bill Gates have actually been implemented, and people aren't paying any attention. So the areas that I'm focusing on are warning people about technocracy, helping empower people to take their free will back and learn things like that you're being programmed through these social media channels and alternative media, so that you can actually take back your free will and make your own decisions. And then lastly, to build parallel alternatives to technocracy with my concentration efforts being focused on Zeno, which is creating privacy tokenization of assets that can be traded without third parties. So, I'm not going to go into too much on the technocracy update for this week. Other than to say, every day we're seeing more expansion. I mean, this is what we talked about last time: is the fact that Microsoft is shutting down Israel because they're violating a terms of service. Elon Musk has been granted access across all U.S. government agencies. I mean, this continues to be a trend, and so I'm now participating monthly in the Technocracy Roundtable with Courtney Turner, Patrick Wood, and Craig Wenclewicz. I encourage you to check that out. Last week, we talked about robotics and we talked about sovereign wealth funds, which is actually why I decided to do this episode today on sovereign wealth funds, continuing on that. And then next month, October 22nd at 6 p.m., we're going to do another roundtable, and the focus is going to be on healthcare and AI. So tonight we're going to talk about sovereign wealth funds. And, I think what I'm going to tell you tonight kind of explains everything that's going on. It's really put things into perspective for me. And it's largely why people can't afford a house, why people's kids can't own anything, essentially at this point, if you look at how things are breaking generationally, and why America is sleepwalking into monarchy. I think sovereign wealth funds are a big piece of this. And these are three words that sound boring, but they're a mechanism for the greatest theft in human history. $12 trillion. That's trillion with a T, controlled by about 100 funds worldwide. That's more money than the entire GDP of China and Japan combined. And 70% of it is controlled by kings, dictators, and authoritarians who have never faced an election in their life. These aren't investment funds, they're conquest vehicles. When Norway owns 1.5% of every public company on earth, when Saudi Arabia buys Newcastle United, when China bails out Wall Street, they're not investing, they're colonizing. But instead of armies and ships, they use algorithms and acquisitions. Here's what nobody understands. You'll own nothing and be happy isn't a prediction, it's a business model. And sovereign wealth funds are the mechanism. Think about it. With these funds, when these funds buy all the real estate, you rent forever. When they own all the companies, you work for them forever. When they control the infrastructure, you pay them forever. The subscription economy isn't about convenience. It's about assuring you never accumulate wealth that could threaten their power. But here's where it gets truly sinister. On February the 3rd, 2025, Donald Trump signed Executive Order 14196 to create America's first federal sovereign wealth fund. Let that sink in. For 250 years, America said no to state capitalism. We built CFIUS specifically to block foreign sovereign funds. We created the World Bank to avoid needing one. We believed in free markets, theoretically, in congressional oversight, and in separating economic power from political power. Now Trump and his Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick, a Wall Street creature who owns Cantor Fitzgerald, are building a $1 trillion slush fund with zero congressional oversight. They're tokenizing federal lands, seizing equity stakes in private companies. They've already taken pieces of Intel, Lithium Americas, and U.S. Steel. This isn't capitalism, it's the economics of monarchy. And here's the sick part. They're wrapping it in the American flag. They're calling it patriotic to hand over control of the economy to unelected bureaucrats. They're saying it's America first to copy the playbook of Saudi princes and Chinese communists. They tell you we need to fund this to compete with China, but what they're really doing is becoming China. The Genius Act they passed in July created Patriot tokens, programmable money that expires, that tracks every purchase, that can be turned off if you don't comply. These aren't dollars, they're digital leashes. Your sovereign wealth fund dividend won't be cash. It will be credits that only work with if your social credit score is high enough. Palantir's already building the surveillance system. They're putting government data on the blockchain, not for transparency, but for immutable tracking. This is where Curtis Yarvin's philosophy meets Peter Thiel's money and J.D. Vance's ambition. Yarvin literally wrote that democracy is obsolete, that America should be run like a corporation with a CEO king. Thiel funded Vance's entire political career. Now Vance is one heartbeat away from the presidency, ready to implement their dark enlightenment vision, where the sovereign wealth fund provides the financial infrastructure for permanent monarchy. They're not even hiding it anymore. The plan is simple: create a crisis, cyber attack, market crash, infrastructure failure, something that requires emergency powers. The sovereign wealth fund's stability mandate kicks in. Democracy gets suspended temporarily for 12 months, but temporary becomes permanent. The monarchy transitions to technocracy. AI systems allocate resources. Algorithms enforce laws. Smart contracts replace courts. No votes, no appeals, no escape. Look at what's already happening. Australia's future fund just pulled out of US markets. They see what's coming. Foreign investors are fleeing. The smart money knows this isn't about fiscal responsibility. It's about fiscal dictatorship. And the sickest part, they've got sovereign wealth funds investing in SpaceX while fighting over Jerusalem's holy sites. UAE's Mubadala owns 5% of Starlink. Saudi's exploring satellite partnerships. They're building surveillance from space while claiming to protect sacred ground. The Golden Dome isn't just a religious site anymore. It's a node in their technocratic control grid. These funds are even bankrolling the UN's Agenda 2030. The same Saudi fund that executes gay people is funding UN gender equality programs. The same Chinese fund that runs concentration camps finances sustainable cities, which are just surveillance cities with solar panels. They need $6.4 trillion annually for the sustainable development goals, and guess who's writing the checks? The dictators and the monarchs, laundering their control through environmental virtue. This is the convergence. Sovereign wealth funds provide the capital. Tokenization provides the mechanism. Surveillance provides the enforcement. Crisis provides the excuse. And patriotism provides the cover. We have maybe 18 months before this infrastructure locks in forever. Once the fund is operational, once the stablecoins are distributed, once the equity stakes are permanent, once the surveillance is complete, there's no going back. The monarch won't need your vote. The technocracy won't need your consent. The algorithms won't care about your constitution. This isn't a conspiracy theory. It's a conspiracy fact. Every piece is documented. Every player is named. Every mechanism is being built in plain sight while you argue about culture wars and pronouns. The sovereign wealth fund is their weapon. Your awareness is your shield. Use action, or your action is your sword. Use them while you still can. So that's my opening on this. There's a bit to go through here. And again, I know a lot of people aren't familiar with sovereign wealth funds, or it's a boring sounding term, but it is frightening. And I've been learning and exploring quite a bit about this over the past few weeks, really digging into it. And it's kind of like when you start studying the Genius Act. You know, there are a lot of people out there that are like, oh, hey, this is pro crypto. And then you dig and dig and dig, and you realize it's a backdoor CBDC. Kind of the same thing happens when you start looking at sovereign wealth funds. You realize, hey, wait, this is a backdoor to monarchy, which is a platform to technocracy. And so I'm going to lay out the case for this, and I encourage you to do your own research. But I do encourage you to look into this because this is happening really fast. And I suspect we're going to see something, whatever the next emergency is, and who knows what that's going to be. I think this is when this is going to kick in, and when they're probably going to put something formal into place. So we've spent decades building walls against foreign sovereign wealth funds. And now Trump wants to tear down those walls from the inside. It's not just hypocrisy. It's the blueprint from transforming America from a republic into a corporate state run by algorithms and billionaires. So for 50 years, we have been fundamentally opposed to this as a matter of policy. And now we're proposing the mother of all sovereign wealth funds. It's Executive Order 14196. I don't know why I get to do these executive orders. We had 14067, which was Biden's CBDC thing, and now we've got 14196. It used to be people didn't know executive orders. I don't even remember ever following or tracking an executive order before. It's certainly not executive orders that had this kind of broad impact on the world. So this was signed on February the 3rd. And so technically congressional approval is needed, but as I've discovered, they're able to use a whole bunch of backdoors. And so they've been building it anyway. So it hasn't been formalized, but we have been doing things like buying shares of Intel and doing a whole bunch of other things. So there are always ways to kind of maneuver around the system. Part of what Yarvin and others have been proposing is to take more power at the executive level, even knowingly violating the law. in an effort to consolidate power and push towards this monarchical structure. And again, if you don't believe me, watch the Curtis Yarvin episode, read up on Curtis Yarvin, watch the JD Vance interviews where he's talked about about Curtis Yarvin. I mean, all of this is completely documented. This is actually going on right in front of our eyes. So I want to talk a little bit about the history of sovereign wealth funds. The Kuwait Investment Authority was the first ever sovereign wealth fund. It was formed in 1953 by Kuwait Sheikh, and it was formed from oil money. And so he really invented this template that every dictator and monarch has followed, which is turning natural resources into permanent political power. This is where this whole $12 trillion monster was born. So the idea was to take oil revenues, turn it into foreign investments as a way to accumulate perpetual power. There was no oversight whatsoever in the Kuwait model from day one. And that template is largely what has been replicated. They've gone from $1 million to $1 trillion in one lifetime. But Kuwait, again, was only the beginning, and you could see in the 1970s, particularly around oil, where this really started to proliferate. So the 1973 oil crisis didn't just quadruple gas prices, it created the greatest wealth transfer in history. Arab monarchies went from desert kingdoms to controlling trillions overnight, and they never gave it back. When oil hit $147 per barrel, Gulf states didn't just get rich, they got powerful. The 1970s oil shocks created a permanent class of sovereign wealth funds that would eventually control 7% of everything on Earth. So the timetable here is 1973, oil embargo creates first windfall. 1979, the second oil shock doubles the pot. Then Gulf states began to continue to accumulate unprecedented surpluses. Abu Dhabi in 1976 formed theirs. Saudi Arabia in 1971, they established funds with zero accountability and maximum accumulation. Then came 2008, and these funds became everyone's savior for a price. So in 2008, when Wall Street was collapsing, who showed up with the bailout money? It wasn't the Fed, it was the Arabs. Abu Dhabi put $7.5 billion into Citigroup. That's when sovereign wealth funds went from investors to owners of Western financial systems. And last week I was going to play, I didn't store the clip, but if you've seen the movie Network is so accurate in terms of describing what is going on today. I encourage everyone to watch Network, and that was a key part of it. Even one of the themes there was about Arab countries buying American companies, and this movie was made in 1976. So this was a known big thing that was happening at the time, and the thing is, it never actually stopped. So let's look at the takeover. You had Abu Dhabi investing $7.5 billion in Citigroup. Qatar put $3 billion into Barclays. Singapore's wealth fund put $5 billion into Merrill Lynch. China put $5 billion into Morgan Stanley. They bought at the bottom, now they're on top. So again, I don't know how many of you are aware of that or were putting that into perspective, but now they're not just buying banks, they're buying countries. So today's sovereign wealth funds control $12 trillion. This is more than the GDP of China and Japan combined. They own 1.5% of every public company, major ports, your favorite sports teams, and soon they'll own your government too. They've evolved from national savings accounts into a parallel global government with 12 trillion under management, growing 8% yearly. They don't need armies, they have algorithms and acquisitions. So here's the current state of the sovereign wealth empire. There are 100 funds across 50 countries. Norway alone owns 1.5% of global equity. 70% are controlled by non-democratic regimes. This is the interesting thing. This is why when I say that I think that this is part of the toolkit for technocracy and to push a monarchy here, when you do the breakdown, when I was analyzing, okay, who are these sovereign wealth funds? When were they created? And what form of government are they? And they are mostly monarchies and dictatorships. They have a huge investment in the tech sector, over $100 billion in AI and semiconductors. And their next target is space, satellites, and our data. So speaking of data and satellites, let me show you their next frontier. So imagine your government takes your tax money, oil revenue, and trade surpluses, then plays with the stock market with it. That's essentially what a sovereign wealth fund does. There's 12 trillion of this government gambling money sloshing around the planet right now, and nobody elected the people controlling it. So sovereign wealth funds are what happens when government stops pretending they're not corporations. They take public money, our money, and then they invest it like a hedge fund, but they have zero accountability. And as you dig into it, a complete political agenda. So what makes a sovereign wealth fund? It needs to be a government-owned investment vehicle. It's funded by commodities. It's funded by trade surpluses. It's funded by reserves. Again, it's $12 trillion globally, 7% of global assets with no oversight. And when you dig into this, it's always a mix of financial returns, but largely political objectives, and largely political objectives that are pushing towards technocracy. So this hadn't really even occurred to me either. I've been talking about the technocracy and who's behind it and the WEF and these different organizations, but it didn't even occur to me that you had these sovereign wealth funds controlling 7%. So that's a huge amount of concentration and a huge block of control. And as we'll get to, they are all about technocracy. So we have a situation here where China controls $6.5 trillion through 3 funds. Norway has $2 trillion. Saudi Arabia is approaching $1 trillion. So these aren't just investments; they're economic weapons, really. I was pouring through all the data, which companies and everything else, and I was just horrified about what the holdings are. And we'll get into some of this because I'm guessing you probably haven't heard of a lot of these investments and what all is involved with this. But you can see here, just as one example. I mean, who would have thought that Norway, their sovereign wealth fund, owns 1.5% of every major company, public company on Earth. So there are really 5 different ways sovereign wealth funds control nations. And each one has a different flavor of control. Stabilization funds are used to manipulate markets. Development funds pick economic winners. Reserve funds hoard power. They're not saving for the future. I mean, again, this is one of these things where when you hear what they say it's for, that's not what it's actually about when you follow the money. Every sovereign wealth fund claims a noble purpose, but let's decode what they really do. A stabilization fund is used to control commodity prices and markets. Their savings tool is used to lock up wealth from future generations. Their reserve funds are used to weaponize foreign currency holdings. Their development funds are used to centrally plan the economy, which is a huge part of now what's going on with UN Agenda 2030. And their pension funds hold retirement hostage in exchange for compliance, which is a huge tool that can be used to roll out social credit systems, digital IDs, and everything else. But it doesn't even just stop there. You also have the involvement in things like buying sports teams. So Saudi Arabia didn't buy Newcastle United for the goals. They bought it for the headlines. Russia used their fund for vaccine diplomacy. Chinese funds are debt trapping entire nations. It's really not an investment. It's warfare by other means. So in addition to Saudi buying Newcastle, you have Qatar buying the soccer team PSG. You have all kinds of tech colonization, a huge buying of Silicon Valley influence by these sovereign wealth funds. And when you see venture funds, I spoke last week, or I've spoken about it a couple of times, the fact that historically, one of the largest investors in venture capital funds has been the California pension system. And the effect of this is, so you have basically a small group of people picked politically managing all of this government pension fund, government pension funds for millions and millions of employees. These aren't necessarily the brightest people in the world. And by the way, they don't generate particularly great returns, but they do have a political bias. And this is why I've said that Silicon Valley is so woke. In fact, the reason Silicon Valley is Silicon Valley is because the California Pension Fund is one of the largest investors. And one of the things that they used to say, at least, I don't know if they do anymore, probably not as much, but 20 years or so ago, they would say, hey, look, we'll invest $50 million, $100 million in your fund, but you can only invest in companies within a 30-mile zip code or 30-mile range of your zip code, or it has to be all California based. This is why this stuff is woke. And so the funny thing about it is it's called venture capital, and you might think that it's capitalism, and it's not capitalism, because over 50% of the funds that go in that the venture capital firms raise are from public and university sources. So that actually explains a lot. Well, now one of the largest investors, one of the largest new investors and growing, are these sovereign wealth funds. So they have huge influence now in everything from Silicon Valley to think tanks, to media, to ports, to energy, to telecom. Again, we're talking about $12 trillion. There have been all kinds of scandals with these sovereign funds, which you would expect given that there's no oversight. Malaysia's 1MDB fund stole $4.5 billion from the sovereign wealth fund, which was used to fund yachts, diamonds, and ironically, the Wolf of Wall Street movie was funded by this sovereign wealth fund. Angola's fund was a family piggy bank. Turkey's fund exists solely to bypass parliament. This is what happens when governments control trillions completely outside of any government framework. You also had you have Libya. So Gaddafi's $70 billion disappeared in 2011. Venezuela's fund was emptied during the oil boom. So again, it's crazy what's going on here. You talk about theft. Literally, sovereign wealth funds have to be some of the largest mechanisms for financial theft ever devised. And they're by the very same individuals who run these things are the ones providing the laws for everyone else. What a scam. So for 250 years, America said no to sovereign wealth funds. We believed in free markets and not state capitalism. In fact, we put in place all kinds of mechanisms to block them. We created the World Bank to avoid them. And that all came to an end on February the 3rd, 2025. And I want you to think about the date and the timing of this. So obviously, this wasn't an idea where Trump got elected and just said, hey, maybe we should do a sovereign wealth fund. If they had the executive order ready to push this, you can imagine that this was heavily planned. And once you start digging into Yarvin and Project 2025 and a lot of the other things, this certainly was drafted and in the works for quite some time. So the United States was founded on the whole idea of separating economic power from political power. And that's why we've never had a sovereign wealth fund before. It's not an evolution. It's a fundamental betrayal of everything that made American capitalism different. So we were free market, and now we're basically directly adopting state capitalism. Money flows through Congress is not funds, which, I don't know how great that is either. But we had put in place defenses against sovereign wealth fund infiltration in this country. So, and for example, Alaska and Texas and other states actually had strict limits on this kind of thing. And then Trump signed his executive order. So I'm going to have to get this 14196. I'll have to create a song about that so that I can remember this one. So Trump and Commerce Secretary Lutnick aren't creating an investment fund. They're building a digital dictatorship. Really, Lutnick he's got his paws on all of this. We already talked about Tether and the fact that his fund is managing these treasuries. Lutnick is really the financial engineer of all of this, or he's a big player involved in engineering all of this, the Genius Act and this entire thing. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if he didn't come to Trump with this. My guess is this is his big push. But this executive order isn't about competing with China. It's about concentrating financial power in the executive branch. And Lutnick, who owns Cantor Fitzgerald, and even though now he's Commerce Secretary, his sons still run it, is designing a system where the government becomes the market. So you have this executive order signed, you have Lutnick and Picent, who was a Soros guy, right in there, right in the middle of all of this. And what is one of the biggest mechanisms that they're using for the sovereign wealth fund? It is the tokenization of everything. By tokenizing assets, it allows them to sell assets. It allows them to control assets. It makes it easier for them to implement tariffs. If you look at all of the different sources of funding for a sovereign wealth fund, those become very easy to administer if you centrally tokenize assets. So this is why when I say it's technocracy versus freedom and tokenization is the battlefield, I'm not kidding. This is on, and the more I study this, is on a bigger scale than I could have ever imagined. And the timeline for this is they're projecting this will be fully operational by 2026. Keep in mind, they're already using loopholes to build this out right now. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this because I always talk about the Genius Act. But I'll call them, I'm going to start calling them Patriot tokens, I guess, sarcastically. But the truth is the Genius Act and Clarity Act really enable the complete acceleration of a sovereign wealth fund and the complete acceleration of the tokenization of all of these assets. That is the main technology that's being used to put all of this forward. And it enables this. As I've said before, I got involved in tokenization in 2019, maybe 2018, to do the exact opposite of this, to be able to tokenize assets so that people could have them in their own possession and trade them freely with anyone anywhere in the world without any third parties. They're being weaponized in the exact opposite way, just like Bitcoin was supposed to be digital cash that you used for day-to-day transactions. And now it's just another financial instrument that is, managed by groups like BlackRock that you can't really effectively use for day-to-day purchases because it was hijacked also by technocrats. So there's a very similar story here. And then, of course, it gets worse because, we have Palantir, who already knows everything about us, but then connecting that database to money, to digital tokenized money. So the sovereign wealth fund isn't an investment fund. It's a whole new financial layer of surveillance. And this is really a way for them to be able to implement UBI. Because, and by the way, this is one of the ways they can fund UBI by tokenizing assets. We talk a lot about the debt that we have in this country, $37 trillion. We don't talk about our assets. And while technically, I think on paper, we have $5 trillion worth of assets, when you dig into it and you look at our land and our natural resources and everything else, it may be $100 to $200 trillion worth of assets. This is what Howard Lutnick wants to get at. This is what he wants to be involved in tokenizing. Well, if the United States could tokenize that volume of assets, then yes, that is what could be used for UBI. This is what could be used to move to that system. We already have something like this. I believe in Alaska, every citizen in Alaska gets, I believe, $1,000 a year, and that's out of it's a dividend from oil. So imagine now, this is essentially the idea is to take all of the US assets and then just imagine now, then the idea is to tokenize those and then issue a dividend to everyone as UBI. Now, again, you may think that sounds like a good idea, but once you understand what's involved with that from a surveillance perspective and from a tracking perspective and how it relates to government policy and technocracy, you're basically giving up your free will for a UBI digital token transfer. That's effectively what is being built here. So I think this is actually a lot of people say, well, how are they going to do UBI? I'm now thinking that I'm not saying this is the only way they're going to do this, but this is certainly a one of the big components of UBI is tokenizing assets and then making the dividends payable to the citizens through essentially CBDCs or, stable coins that are backdoor CBDCs. So the the sovereign wealth fund won't just invest in stocks. It's buying Android drones, militarizing police departments, and creating a privatized enforcement army. Every cop becomes a corporate security guard for the fund's assets. So you can imagine, you can see them to start funding local police departments with stable coins. I mean, you can see where this ultimately goes, and you can track this based on, again, one of the things is, if it sounds outlandish, just look at the blueprint for how this works around the world. If we're already at a point where 7% of the wealth of the entire planet is in these sovereign wealth funds, then let's look at what they do with it and how they implement it. And I will get to some of that, which I hadn't, again, I hadn't been paying attention to this, but sovereign wealth fund has a massive amount of power. So I can see a situation where the sovereign wealth fund starts funding police via tokenized grants. And you can see Anduril and Palantir becoming, standard issue. You can see techno readiness scores determining funding. Police protecting tokenized zones. I mean, this is something that may sound like a distant dystopia, but it's already beginning. So they've already started. So we have, let me see. We already have, Lithium Americas. So government took an equity stake in that. The U.S. just took a 10% equity stake in Intel. We just took an equity stake in U.S. Steel. So again, this isn't just investing. This is the beginning of nationalizing the economy one piece at a time. This is something that is completely anti-freedom, anti-capitalism, and anti-American from a foundational perspective. This should be really alarming to people. And I'd be curious to see, one, if you comment, are you even aware that this is going on? And if so, what have you heard about it? Because I'll tell you, they have done a really effective job with the propaganda. They did a great job selling the Genius Act with very coordinated propaganda. We don't want to become like communist China with financial surveillance. So what we're going to do is we're going to take something that's private and free, and we're going to put it under control of Congress and make it audited by the Federal Reserve, which is the source of all the financial surveillance. But we're going to sell it as something that's, at least it's not Chinese, and people bought it. There was no outrage about the Genius Act. Clarity Act is going to do this tokenization for stocks, bonds, and commodities, and there's zero resistance to it. I mean, people know less about the Clarity Act than the Genius Act, even though stocks, bonds, and commodities are even larger than cash. It's a significantly larger market. Nobody's talking about it. The legislation is already sailed through. There's nothing blocking it. There's not even a movement. And by the way, I'm not even suggesting there should be one. That's a lost cause. But this is essentially what's going on. With Lithium America, a $2.26 billion loan became equity. With Intel, we became a shareholder via the CHIPS Act. This was something that was done under Biden. We essentially, and these are the loopholes that they're using because they haven't formally created the sovereign wealth fund. They basically took grants that, were to be given to Intel and then converted those grants to equity. With U.S. Steel, the idea is, well, we need the equity to protect the U.S. from foreign buyers. And by the way, this is something, I say this all the time. I know a lot of people get upset about it. The Constitution is dead. It has been dead for decades. You may like what the Constitution was. The Constitution is not in operation at all. And after running businesses and then knowing enough people and having enough friends that are in prison and so on and so forth, and having myself gone through legal stuff, the federal government can always use national defense to trounce all of our rights. They can use interstate commerce to trounce all of any basic contractual relationship. Our belief in the Constitution is basically us just putting a fence around ourselves and enslaving ourselves, because it's completely violated whenever anything major or important happens. And it's gotten to the point right now where I'll give you an example of this. I'm not saying that I'm a fan of his, but Nick Fuentes has had, he can't open a bank account, and he actually even had a large amount of Bitcoin that was seized because he kept it on a centralized exchange. But this is a perfect example. So the question is why? He's never been charged with a crime. There's no court case. Nothing. There's no like, well, and it's not just a simple matter of a bank decided to debank you. What the DOJ can do is they can say, well, we've opened an investigation on you. And then they never close the investigation. So then you have this ongoing investigation that may or may not even be going on, but the mere fact that it is happening prevents you from being able to do things. Or the national security letter that I've talked about before, where they can issue a national security letter and they can shut down your bank account, and you can't talk to anybody about it, including a lawyer. And this doesn't apply just to bank accounts. This guy, Ladar Levison, who created the email system that Edward Snowden used, he got into this situation where they wanted to force him. He designed the email system to be private, but they wanted to force him to try to, put in a backdoor or whatever it was. He didn't want to have anything to do with it. He ended up burning down the company instead of going through it. He was issued a national security letter. There was even one of these law shows, popular drama shows, where they basically had an episode that was based on his experience with these national security letters. So don't believe for a minute that the Constitution is going to protect you. If you're sitting here saying, oh, this is outlandish, we have the Constitution, look up all of these ongoing regular violations of the Constitution and look at what happens every time there's an emergency. Look at what Congress does. Look at what happened with TARP. Look at what happened with the Patriot Act. Look at what happened with the CARES Act. I mean, the executive branch, which is now being actively encouraged by Yarvin and Thiel and others to violate the law, to accumulate more power. And look, I can understand the argument of, we have this administrative state that isn't even in the Constitution that has a whole bunch of power, and we don't even know how to get rid of it. That is a problem. But we've gotten to the point where people bought into a psyop where they were encouraging the use of martial law to round up pedophiles and have military tribunals. Remember, this was part of the Q thing. People were cheering on martial law. This is what's going on now. And so this should be really concerning. If it's not, I encourage you to do significantly more research on this. So you could see a period of time in the future where not only can you not get a loan, but we're talking about a situation where with the tokenization, central tokenization of assets, they'll be able to not only block your money, they'll be able to stop your stocks and your bonds. And, even if we're all moving to electric cars, whatever, your ability to drive your car, but certainly your ability to sell your car, because titles and everything will also be tokenized and easy to seize and control. Again, this isn't a theory. This is what is going on around the world. These are the systems that are being built. And, it probably shouldn't be too much of a surprise what's going on with crypto. So Norway's fund just bought $1.1 billion of MicroStrategy to get Bitcoin exposure. Qatar partners with BlackRock on everything. These funds aren't competing, they're coordinating. And so now all of a sudden the US wants to join essentially this cartel that already owns 7% of global assets. So we're seeing this in a big way with crypto. And again, is this a good thing? I mean, I oppose Bitcoin on kind of moral grounds. I'm not saying the price isn't going to go up, but I think it's it's an interesting pump and dump mechanism. I think that people are going to end up being exit liquidity for these big sovereign wealth funds and other large players. So, we are essentially at a point right now where, again, Curtis Yarvin literally wrote the playbook on this. He's saying, use a crisis to install a CEO king who runs America like a corporation. And the sovereign wealth fund is about creating a financial monarchy that makes democracy obsolete. And essentially, J.D. Vance is his disciple. And I do want to be very clear about this. This isn't about Trump. All of this was orchestrated, even down to Elon Musk who was wearing the dark MAGA hat and the dark MAGA shirt, which is a reference to the Dark Enlightenment, a reference to Curtis Yarvin. When Musk separated from Trump and then went out and formed this America First Party or whatever, American Party, new whatever it was called, he had Curtis Yarvin advise him. So these aren't like loose ideas where I'm like, well, I wonder if this guy might be just influencing this guy because they have common circles. Like literally, Yarvin was involved in the construction of that. And what did Musk do? He decided, I'm not going to do that. Instead, I'm going to back JD Vance. JD Vance is Peter Thiel's guy that he's been grooming and constructing. Literally, his entire bio and his entire backstory has been constructed for years by Peter Thiel. So this is all being designed to position JD Vance for this position, for that kind of the monarch who pushes things into monarchy and then technocracy. So he's Thiel's protege. He's trained in Yarvin's philosophy, and he's positioned to become America's first techno monarch when the crisis hits. And the sovereign wealth fund will give him the treasury. Palantir gives him the surveillance, and Thiel gives him the blueprint. Thiel funded his Senate run and was his ideological mentor, and Thiel's ideological mentor is Curtis Yarvin. And so the idea is it would be positioned as an interim monarchy concept. But again, Yarvin and others talk about this. A crisis requires a CEO. And so Vance would be put into position. And I'm going to start actually doing probably a weekly segment. Well, because we'll test whether this theory is right. But my theory is if they really are pushing this, then what you will see is manufactured division, kind of the creation of civil war, the creation of strife and division that is designed to lead to the consolidation of power for the executive and more surveillance. I believe that is the pathway. So if you start to see events and every reaction to it is more surveillance and more executive power, you understand that the playbook is going exactly as planned. So they need a crisis to justify suspending democracy, and who knows what it's going to be. I mean, I'm not going to speculate on what it is, and I don't necessarily think they're going to create it. They could, or they could just take something that naturally occurs. Cyber attack, a market correction, an infrastructure failure. I personally believe it's likely that a cyber attack is what's going to usher all of this in, because that one, they actually did, just like they did planning prior to COVID, they've already done kind of this kind of drill. Klaus Schwab was pushing this kind of a preparedness, and we should prepare for a big cyber attack. So, I mean, usually that's kind of predictive programming in a way, but a cyber Pearl Harbor would give them the ability to say, oh, well, now this is why you need your digital ID, which, by the way, is moving at lightning speed around the world. The UK just announced it. Switzerland just passed it, 50.4%, although I guess I hear that it's optional, but these things are usually only temporarily optional. And so then there'll be a suspension in this time of emergency, and that these suspensions, of course, always become forever. So I'm not going to talk about this point until Craig comes on. I want to talk about the Golden Dome meeting Starlink, and we'll discuss that when he comes on. So we'll circle back to that. But this is the thing that really caught me, which is, so the U.S. is sitting here, people are like, oh, we won. The U.S. is not going to be giving as much money. We're pulling out of WHO. We're not going to give as much money to the UN. And people are going around celebrating because they think that what that means is, well, the UN can't exist without our money because we've been the largest funding source. I mean, I remember, God, when was it? I mean, it must have been a long time ago, 20, 30 years ago, when Ted Turner invested $100 million. And that was a lot of money back then. This was obviously before Bill Gates, but that was a massive, that was headline news, not just on his own network. When Ted Turner invested $100 million into the UN, that made headlines. Well, now they need $6.4 trillion for sustainable development goals. And so if you think that this whole agenda has been pushed back just because Trump isn't, at least publicly, as cooperative, you should think again. Guess who's writing the checks? It's the same sovereign wealth funds that are controlled by these monarchs and dictators. And again, think about what this means for a second. You have monarchs and dictators funding UN Agenda 2030 and the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. So if you're buying the propaganda that these things are about equality and gender equality and solving poverty and everything else, look at who's funding it. It makes no sense. I mean, it's clear if you actually study the history of these things and the lineage of what's behind these programs, that they're not about what they say they're about. They're about the consolidation of power and creating a global technocratic state. But just dig in, follow the money, and you will see exactly what's going on. And as I said at the very beginning in the intro, you have the same monarchs who execute gay people funding LGBTQ inclusion. And the same dictatorships that are banning free speech are funding democratic institutions that claim to be working on things like an internet bill of rights and everything else. It's not charity, it's control wrapped in rainbow flags. So this is really an unholy partnership. You have the International Forum of Sovereign Wealth Funds working with the UN, and now we're talking about these sovereign wealth funds funding a significant portion of the funding gap for the strategic development goals. You have to understand that 50% of the sovereign wealth funds already incorporate ESG into their investment portfolios and even what they're doing themselves. And so, as I've stated, one of the things, I haven't stated it yet on this podcast, one of the cornerstones of technocracy is that the basis of it is that you change the economy from being a price-based economy based on supply and demand to an economy where the global currency is energy credits. So it's essentially carbon credits. It's a captured, contained system. And because so when you think about ESG and these environmental programs, this is why it was important. It has absolutely nothing to do with the planet. It has nothing to do with global warming. You can go back and look at the documents from the Club of Rome and everything else. They actually have been specifically using that as the pretext. The climate crisis they've used, and I would say not used, they've actually literally manufactured. Because what a great way to roll in an energy credit-based economy is by saying, oh, look, we have a climate crisis. What's the cause of the climate crisis? Energy, carbon. So what are we going to do? We're going to contain carbon by using that as the unit of account for the global currency. So all transactions are based on a finite amount of carbon credits, and your ability to transact these carbon credits is based on your social credit score tied into an AI surveillance system. So this is why, if you've wondered why they're pushing this, none of these people think that it's about climate science. They know what it is about. It's a mechanism for consolidating technocratic control. So, I mean, we are moving to a model of, again, this monarchy is the transition. So when you hear even the idea, because I've seen some people that should know better or that are buying the Kool-Aid for whatever reason, they're like, oh yeah, we should have a monarchy. I've even heard people say, well, yeah, Thomas Massey should be a monarch. I mean, I'll get it. It's a horrible idea, even conceptually. But even if you believed that, if you got duped into believing that a technocracy is better than a democracy, a monarchy is better than our current broken system. And believe me, I've stated America 1.0 is over. The system is broken. But a lot of people are buying that a monarchy is there to repair and restore the Constitution. That has nothing to do with why Yarvin is pushing this, why Thiel is pushing it, why J.D. Vance is pushing it. It is an interim step to technocracy, period. And the end goal of this is you have unelected AI systems making every decision funded by the Sovereign Wealth Fund, enforced by military police with no voting, no democracy, no escape. It is government by algorithm forever. Literally, this is what people talk about. When people talk about the race to AGI, is it going to be China or the US? What is AGI? Artificial general intelligence, what people are moving for, like they have now in Albania, where they actually have an AI politician The idea is to build these AI systems so that the AI systems are in control of government. This is what the race for AI is. When you see Trump, when you see Operation Stargate with Larry Ellison and Sam Altman, and you see all of these data centers and everything else, the pretext for this, and when you read even Trump's documents, the whole pretense for this is going to be national security and the race to AGI. Musk's New America Party, the first two elements of the platform were applying AI to defense and AI to running the government. So I'm not speculating on this. This is the stated end goal here, is a situation where AI councils replace legislators, algorithms allocate resources and rights, smart contracts auto-enforce laws, sovereign wealth funds fund the entire system, and there's no democratic override. This is happening right now, actively in front of our face. Look at the thing. I'll play the Albania clip next time. So some people are starting to take notice and are actually starting to leave. Australia's Future Fund just pulled out of the U.S. markets and reduced U.S. exposure. And a lot of foreign investors are citing fiscal imbalances. The bond market yields are reflecting lost trust. You have issues with the dollar. The dollar's had one of the worst, if not the worst year on record in terms of the loss of the value of the dollar. People aren't paying attention to this. And so capital controls are going to come in to stop the bleeding. So again, I think we have probably 18 months before this locks in forever. If you look at the rate, which I try to talk about all the time, Real ID, Genius Act, Palantir, and everything else, like we're not even at the point now where we're talking about things that might happen in the future. I'm actually talking about things that already happened that people don't even know happened. So, you know, I get frustrated when I see people online, they're like, oh man, the UK, they start to become patriotic. Like, well, at least we're not like them, right? It's like, good, enjoy your Real ID. That's how out of the loop we are and disconnected we are from reality. We don't even know we're already in it. We're leading the way on this surveillance. We're leading the way in these programs, but because Americans are so used to buying propaganda, they will actually accept and use something and not even realize that it's the thing that they're laughing at other people for trying to pass. So, you know, again, there are two futures here. You can either, we cannot comply our way out of it. These are actually old slides that I didn't delete, but we're not going to be able to comply our way out of this. I mean, the two paths here are compliance, which will lead to monarchy, which will lead to technocracy, which will lead to the loss of free will, or resistance, awareness, action, and freedom. And ultimately, this is an inside job. We have to reclaim our free will. We have to begin making our own decisions. We have to recognize we have free will, and we have to not comply with this, but we have to educate others. This is I'm seeing there are more people on this now. I'm seeing that the numbers are starting to come up, but since I've started to take a real hardcore position on, not that I didn't have this position, but speaking very candidly about what's going on, people are turning around. I'm having a lot of private conversations with people that thought I was nuts a year ago, 6 months ago, or maybe didn't think I was nuts, but hoped I was wrong. For instance, I think the big crack was, you know, people really thought that Elon Musk and Doge was going to actually balance the budget. Remember, I should make a running list and put it on the website of all of the claims that were made that were going to happen. And people were saying we're going to wipe out the national debt. This was the optimism that people had coming into this new term. We didn't get any of that. We increased spending. But now we have digital ID, the tokenization of assets, and this sovereign wealth fund. So don't sleep on this. I am going to talk about this more and more. I know it's a boring sounding word. This sovereign wealth fund is the key to funding the monarchy that leads to technocracy, and it is the key to the consolidation of power. And watch for it. And I hope now that you have seen this information, you will start to pay more attention, and and please chime in with any questions. As always, I see Craig is here. Hey, Craig, how are you?
Good, Aaron. Can you hear me okay?
I can.
All right, good. Success there. It's always nice.
Yeah.
Great job tonight. That was great. great job going through that stuff.
Thank you. Well, we've been talking, when we did the roundtable last week, I did a lot of research for this. I mean, I was aware of sovereign funds and what they were in general, but I had not been tracking how much they have grown and how much power they've accumulated. I just was off my radar.
Yeah, it's pretty astounding. I think, you put it in good context, 12 trillion, right? And so we know that makes them one of the biggest. That's bigger than BlackRock. That's, it makes it a pretty massive balance sheet. Now, they don't all act in coordinated effort, but we do know that there's connections here to the World Economic Forum and to private equity. And so for people who don't know what private equity is this kind of a little investment space for people who are what you would call connected, but also qualified eligible participants. So if they have a net worth or they have certain credentials they meet, then they can qualify for access to these private equity, private placement type situations. And so for a long time, these private equity funds have really operated for the elites in the US, and a lot of people connected through DC. It's, there's a lot of connections that go on here through the DC legal system. But these private equity firms are also, we're finding now that they're also becoming quite connected to these sovereign wealth funds. And for instance, a name that has popped up is, we hear about this Stargate, right? So Stargate is this big investment that was announced in the Oval Office, and it involved Larry Ellison and this guy named Masayoshi Son. And he's a big private equity guy. And he has a couple funds out there, Vision 1, Vision 2, and they invest in a lot of technology stuff. And then we also had Sam Altman in that Stargate. And so when we start thinking about this, a lot of these sovereign wealth funds, they don't have access inside of countries like a private equity fund does. So a lot of times these sovereign wealth funds will kind of sub the money out to these private equity firms, and it gets them access into things. Sometimes investments go well, sometimes they don't. But generally speaking, there's ways that they get connected through these private equity firms, through the World Economic Forum, these events where they go and they coordinate, and a lot of this stuff, Aaron, I don't know if you noticed this while you're doing a lot of your research, but there's a lot of this, ESG, environmental social governance, that's still at the backbone of a lot of these sovereign wealth funds. Like, for instance, the Saudi Arabia one, we could go through some stuff on that one, but a lot of these target dates they have for like some of these projects, like the NEOM project, I don't know if you happen to run across that or not, but its target date is 2030. And so again, it's the $12 trillion, how influential is this? It's very influential if we think about President Trump going to Saudi Arabia, that big to-do when they met, and then he comes back, and we know that there's deals being done. We just don't know how much, what the deals that are being done. Are they positive? Are they negative for, U.S. citizens? Are they positive, negative for Saudi Arabia citizens? And how much are we moving into this whole mix of, being driven by the technocracy, by the private equity firms, by these big groups like the World Economic Forum or Council on Foreign Affairs or the Trilateral Commission, all these different groups? And how do they coordinate? Because if they're coordinated, then this is a lot of power. $12 trillion amounts to a lot of power. If it's not coordinated, well, then, it's a lot of one-offs here and there. But I have the same concerns you do, Aaron, and I think, you walked through it really well tonight.
Well, I appreciate that. And for those that are not familiar with this NEOM project, it's a Saudi Arabia project. It's a $500 billion project to build a mega city. And it was announced in 2017 as part of a crown prince's vision for 2030. And it's basically built off of UN Agenda 2030 principles. The idea is it's going to be, a completely energy neutral. It's going to be a complete green city. They're designing it to house 9 million people. My understanding is it's had massive problems with construction, with fraud, with everything else. It's turning out to be a complete and total disaster. They've significantly scaled back on plans. There are all kinds of claims about, worker deaths and violations of human rights and all of this other stuff. But some of the things about the city that you should be aware of: because I think, to your point, the more I'm looking into this, it does seem to be coordinated. 50% of the, I mean, there's already huge, the amount of ESG investment by these sovereign wealth funds is huge. And understand, Larry Fink was from BlackRock, was a huge proponent of ESG, and now he's back. People think ESG is dead. ESG is not even close to dead. It's kind of like saying CBDCs are dead, but here's the Genius Act.
Right.
All they're going to do is rebrand it, but
Right.
they're not going away from it, because this energy credit-based economic system is the key to technocratic control. And I always play this, I usually play this clip from the Tokenizing MasterCard, where there's already a card that tracks your carbon and shuts off when you use too much. This is literally the basis of technocracy. And you can read the original documentation Patrick Wood has accumulated. You go to technocracy.news, but you can go to the Technocracy Inc. You can go to the website. You can see from the very beginning, since the 1930s, this switch to an energy credit-based system has been the key to technocracy. So just one more thing on this, the NEOM thing, AI governed city, social credit style resident monitoring, fully tokenized economy, carbon neutrality. This is the basis of a $500 billion program in Saudi Arabia. So sorry, I did want to mention that, because I did not know that much about it until last week. And now I'm like, okay, I need to get some pictures and some information about this, because maybe this will make it more real for people to understand what's actually happening.
Yep. Well, one of the things I highlighted on this NEOM project is that it's intended to operate under an independent legal and regulatory framework with its own tax, its own labor laws, and its own judicial arrangements to attract investments and enable more experimental governance. So what does that sound like to you, Aaron? I mean, if that isn't the one-line tag phrase, we need to put that at the top of every show right there, Neil. Because that, to me, that is very concerning, right? I mean, they're basically going outside the realm of any government that exists out there. They're just going to create their own system. What does this lead to, right? You know, the tokenization, right? Doesn't that smell like tokenization to you?
It's explicitly tokenization. I mean, they actually state that it's tokenization. So it doesn't even smell like it overtly is. And again, I'm all for tokenization if they're tokens that you control in your own custody. I guarantee you that the design of the tokens of this thing are not that.
Right. Right. Yep. And we also see, in India, I had some notes. It's too bad I can't get some of that over to this, but one of the things I was going to mention here, let me just talk about this. There's four, I was looking for recent topics, with sovereign wealth funds. And here's one of them is so this goes back to kind of what we were talking about with the private equity firms. So here's a headline, right? Revival, and this was just from today. This was a headline from today. I think it was out of Reuters, and it said revival of the large leveraged buyouts, otherwise known as LBOs, aided by sovereign wealth funds. And it said private equity firms and sovereign wealth funds are teaming up to revive large LBOs, leveraged buyouts, taking advantage of favorable borrowing condition, lots of available capital, in turbulent public markets. A major deal cited is the proposed $55 billion acquisition of Electronic Arts by Saudi Arabia's PIF, Silver Lake, and Affinity Partners. So we've seen Silver Lake showing up again lately, right? We saw them showing up on TikTok. We see them showing up a lot of different places. There's a lot going on in this private equity space. I think there's a big shift taking place, and we saw this out of Carlyle Group, right? There's a guy there named Jeff Curry. He's been with Carlyle Group for a long time. Carlyle Group has a background in defense side of private equity. I think they've done 45 or 50 deals with the government in the private equity space around defense contractors. And he was out recently saying that they're moving a lot of their private equity efforts to Europe, right? And basically getting behind the defense contractor sector in Europe. So this goes to what Aaron was saying before, some kind of a war, right? It seems like they're going to need some kind of an event, right, to really drive this thing into overdrive. And, I know we've speculated before that, could it resemble COVID? Could COVID have been some sort of a test run for this to see, like, what does it really take to stop an economy, stop the world temporarily, and then learn from it. Like, okay, what did we miss here? I can't help but make the connection between those two things, Aaron, where, what happened with COVID and the world shutting down, and what would happen if they're going to engage this, this whole new system of currency tokenization and this stuff. And that concerns me, right? These leverage buyouts, we're seeing more leverage coming into this technology space. Larry Ellison, Oracle, last week, they came out and they went for $18 billion worth of debt. And it was oversubscribed 4 times that much, Aaron. I don't know if you saw this. $88 billion worth of buyers showed up for $18 billion worth of debt. And I think this stuff was structured like a 40-year bond or something like that. It's incredible. So again, this goes back to this leverage, right? Leverage buyouts. And they're not just the technology space in the US has been so highly sought after because it runs on free cash flow, right? It makes a lot of money, spins off a lot of cash, but these guys are starting to go beyond free cash flow. It's kind of like, if you're running a household and you're able to make ends meet, based on the cash that's coming in from your jobs and everything else. Once you start going beyond that, that's where these guys are starting to go, right? They're starting to press the rest of the economy because the top 5 to 7, the Mag 7 can handle this. They can afford to take on leverage. But a lot of the people below them who are trying to survive, the companies below them, they can't. So again, we're starting to get into this space where the sovereign wealth funds, the private equity, they're leverage buyouts. What are they going to buy out? That's what we're questioning, like this Electronic Arts, like we saw with Larry Ellison with Oracle buying Paramount. That was probably a full cash deal. But then we see them also buying Warner Brothers. There's just a lot of stuff going on in this space. And there's a big accumulation of, I don't know, it feels to me like mind control, right? There's a mind control, purchasing mind control, purchasing how to propagandize things. So that's one of the headlines. If I can go through this next one, I'm going to keep going on these, Aaron.
Yep.
All right. So here's another one. This is the one Aaron was talking about too. Norway's sovereign wealth fund. It buys into Germany's electricity grid operator, TenneT Germany. So we know that Europe, the UK, Germany to some extent, France, a lot of them really fell into this ESG and this climate change situation. So they went a lot of wind energy, and President Trump was over in the UK a week or 2 weeks ago, and he brought who with him? He brought the technology crew with him, right? All the tech bros with him. And sure enough, they put $10 billion into data centers and things like that. The problem is that the UK is really struggling for energy. So this goes back to these energy credits and things. So the real question in my mind is, where does Europe stand in terms of energy? We know that they get a lot of their energy from Russia, and that's not going excessively well right now. So that's one issue. The other thing is they went into this green space with the wind, the solar, these other things. And the wind is very, very expensive. It's great when it's blowing, but you can't count on it. And so you can't run data centers off of that kind of stuff. But here we have this Norway wealth fund, NBIM, okay, agreeing to acquire 22% of TenneT Germany for about $4.5 billion. Okay, that's about $5 billion in US dollars. Joining the Dutch pension fund, APG, okay, and Singapore's GIC. So here's this coordination, right? So we got Singapore fund, we've got Norway's fund, and so the transaction value of TenneT Germany is it roughly, let's see here, the value of TenneT Germany is roughly 40 billion euros, including the debt. The deal is part of an effort to finance Germany's energy transition and strengthen their grid infrastructure.
Yeah, so I think there are a couple of things. One, you're seeing a situation where some of the same people that are bailing out, a lot of these people, the sovereign wealth funds are bailing out companies that are suffering from policies that they promoted and pushed.
Yeah.
And so they are manufacturing the crisis and then coming in. One thing that I thought was noteworthy, and again, I guess I just skipped this while, I followed the financial crisis in 2008 nonstop because my business was destroyed in the middle of it. And so, I created a website called Daylight. It was the first incarnation of this where we would track all of the bailouts and all of the spending and everything else. But I'm looking at this right now. You have the UAE during the 2008 crisis put $7.5 billion into Citigroup. Singapore put $9.75 billion into UBS. Kuwait, $3 billion into Citigroup. Another Singapore fund put $6.88 into Citigroup. China put $5 billion into Morgan Stanley. Singapore, $5 billion into Merrill Lynch. Qatar put $3 billion into Barclays, $2.5 billion into Credit Suisse. All told, about $100 billion. Now, I want you to think about something. The whole idea of the great taking is this, that because of changes that have happened contractually, the next time there's a financial collapse, you might think you own your shares, you don't. If your broker goes under, then whoever their secured creditor is owns your shares. And there's a special carve out for the 4 largest banks. So when I'm looking at this right now, think about what we had the 2008 collapse. These sovereign wealth funds came in and put in $100 billion at a low price. So in the end, when you think about, well, who's the secured creditor? The secured creditors increasingly turning out to be the sovereign wealth funds, because they're the ones that are owning larger and larger stakes of the secured creditors themselves. So to your point, they're buying into energy companies after having created the problem. And now they're getting into, so I think this thing is, the deck is being completely stacked. And when there is an absolute collapse, who's going to have the resources to bail anybody out? It's going to only be sovereign wealth funds. So this is how we're going to own nothing. It's going to be through a coordinated effort of strategic wealth funds who are already coordinating around the UN Agenda 2030 and the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. And they're the ones that are holding these global government summits. I've played clips in the past of Elon Musk speaking of these things. People are like, oh, the global government, that's a conspiracy theory. But interesting. There's a global government summit. And when you look at the audience, it's mostly people from the Middle East, and it's mostly people from sovereign wealth funds actively promoting this stuff. Like this is not a theory. This is an active movement towards this. So anyway, I thought I'd add that.
Yeah. Yep. When there's recently in the news too, we saw that we just talked about the flagship NEOM project, and same thing. The Giga project's valuation declined about 12.4% year over year. Despite this, the overall assets under management rose around 19%. So somehow, right, the overall, there was a valuation decline of 12.5%, but somehow the assets under management rose. What does this mean, Aaron? It's just exactly what you were talking about, right? The valuation of these things goes down. They're getting more assets in the sovereign wealth fund to basically buy this stuff on the cheap, and especially if they create the problem. So again, back to the real estate crisis, we know that Wall Street, they named a lot of those funds after stars that were going to blow up, right? So it was all premeditated. I'm sure you have the comment to add on that, Aaron. I traded through that as well, and I could tell it was coming. You could feel the real estate bubble building. And even though we didn't know that they were, doing the fork trucks of everybody gets a loan. If you're breathing and you can sign your name, they rubber stamp you, you get a loan, right? And everybody was buying, homes in California. I remember family members even, just buying $500,000, $750,000 homes. And you're like, I don't have no idea how they're doing this. Well, then you look back and you're like, okay, now I know how they were doing this. Same kind of a thing. If they can get people over leveraged on homes or assets or anything, create the situation where, it goes from the weak hands to the strong hands. They love to do that. Wall Street loves to do that. And that's what was going on in 2008, in my mind. That was a setup. And maybe some people went down like Bear Stearns and a few others because they didn't like them. They weren't let in on the little secret. But ultimately, that's what it feels like we're building toward again, Aaron. I don't know if it's like we talked about this the other day. I don't know if it's a cyber attack. I don't know what it may be. We know that the World Economic Forum talked extensively about cyber polygon and this cyber attack. And again, they would talk about that. And then they would say, and the world is getting angrier and you will have nothing and you will be happy, right? Basically. And so they connected a lot of these things together. So I don't think it's a stretch to say that that we're sort of getting set up like sitting ducks here in a lot of ways. And we just don't know what the event's going to be, but you can see their positioning.
Yep. And I don't know what it's going to be either, but my guess is it would be cyber. And I think that the fact that you're seeing the digital ID thing accelerate, right? We now have Starmer from the UK announcing they're rolling out a digital ID. You have Switzerland voting for it, 50.4%. What this is going on in Australia, it's going on in New Zealand. And all of these laws about, well, you have to have an ID in order to use social media. And they say something like, well, we don't want people that are under 16 using social media. Well, guess what? everyone has to prove that they're not 16, which means you need an ID in order to access the internet. I mean, is this, I hope people aren't fooled by this. I hope there aren't people out there that think, actually, they probably are. I mean, when I went to the Senate hearing to watch Toby Rogers speak, the Ron Johnson hearing. It was a phenomenal hearing. But one of the other senators was trying to encourage people to leave that hearing and go to a hearing essentially on this topic, on how to protect kids from social media, which my guess is going to be laying the groundwork and a precursor for why we need digital ID and why we need more controls on the internet here. I think it's only a matter of time because it's gaining popularity in Australia and in New Zealand and other countries. So I don't even know that it would be that hard to happen here. I mean, they'll say, oh, these shooters are all connected on Discord, and whatever it happened to be, they're going to blame the tools or the resources, just like they try to blame the guns. They're going to blame these social media tools for coordination. So, we have to crack down on this to stop shootings, right? Because these shooters are working together and coordinating their activities. And so now we need to monitor the internet more. Again, I don't know what the event is going to be, but it's very clear that with Palantir and everything else, again, we're already almost there. We're at the point where people need to be exiting immediately and I'm going to be doing more than just privacy coins and tokenization of assets. I'm going to be doing things, how to get a de-Googled phone and some other things. I'm going to bring in other experts that know other aspects of how to, get out of these big tech systems. But I mean, we don't have a lot of time.
Yeah, it's moving fast. And here's one other headline. This might fit in. India extends income tax exemptions for sovereign wealth funds and pension funds. The Indian government has extended the tax exemption window for sovereign wealth funds and pension funds until, guess when, 2030, presumably to encourage long-term foreign investment, especially in infrastructure and similar sectors. So again, this could be innocent, but it also could tie into, there's so much stuff. There's more going on in India than, people realize. Obviously, we know that they're taking in the oil from Russia, refining it, pushing it around the world. But there's also a lot of technology. We saw the H-1B visa situation, $100,000 to get an H-1B visa. And then, a lot of this is leverage on the tariffs and things like that. But nonetheless, the big thing for India and China are two things: foreign direct investment, right? So if they're not getting foreign direct investment, okay, which basically means money coming from the outside to invest in that country, it's usually for an extended period of time, okay, not just an overnight tip. That's bond market type stuff. This is type of money that, equity, long-term debt investments, combination convertible debt investments, different types of things like that, where they're going to come in for an extended period of time and put money in there. And that's really what drove China for a long time, right? Was a lot of foreign direct investment going in there. And then then China sort of gets caught, making cheap products and dumping them on the market. And then India kind of comes in as a technology, an alternative for the tech space, for the technocracy. And, there's so many ways we can connect this back, but I guess the big thing is that they know India is essentially lowering the taxes for these sovereign wealth funds, and that entices them to come there, and obviously build things there. And so, there's just another point of government, facilitating the sovereign wealth funds to get to get access into the countries, and not only that, welcome it for long periods of time.
Yep. Yeah, and then they've got their toe in, and depending upon the terms of the deal, right? I encourage people to watch the movie Network. I might watch the movie again just because, I mean, it's funny that movie was 1976, but so much of that was about you had Arab companies coming in and buying other companies, and that was actually part of the show itself, was buying a media network, and a lot of the dialogue about that was about that as a trend, which was. This was while the first sovereign wealth fund was in 1953, it really ramped up in terms of other people following suit during the oil crisis. And so that was a big theme in that movie. And that is some of the clips, I will play some of the clips. Some of the clips in there were just absolutely brilliant and completely relevant today. But I encourage people, I dislike the patriot aspect of this because, again, they're taking our money and using it to invest in these things. We're not getting any benefit out of it. So the idea that's like, oh yeah, I'm excited that the U.S. government is doing this. I would be excited about, why don't we get our own money back, where we get the ability to make the decisions about what we invest in? Why would we get excited about this? And even if you are excited about the fact that Trump's doing it, which I don't know why you would be, he doesn't have a great track record, frankly, and we shouldn't necessarily even be putting our faith in anyone. It's not a matter of him or someone else. But, you know, what happens if he kicks off a sovereign wealth fund and then we get Kamala Harris? You're going to be glad about the fact that we have trillions of dollars in a fund that the executive branch has a lot of control over? You don't think that's going to be misused? Why would you think that a sovereign wealth fund could be sustainably used for any positive freedom purpose when there is no actual example of that being the case? And I've seen all kinds of rationality behind it. I think it probably was Norway or something. And I can't remember the book. It was either Predictably Irrational or Nudge, or one of those books that I read. And it was like, well, you know, the government is better at investing than the people. You know, the people will generate this kind of return, so it's better to do it this way. I mean, this is part of all that social engineering, you know, and part of that, well, it's behavioral economics. You get a better outcome this way. And it's like, you know, again, the part of free will is you can make you get to make your own bad decisions. But a lot of what this is cloaked in is, oh, well, this is going to be great, you know, because this is the best way to do this. Part of the reason the investments do well or outperform is because they have a monopoly and control over money and the regulation of how you can invest your money. It has nothing to do with, I mean, again, it's not even an investment philosophy at this point. I will only put my energy towards things that I want to see, not try to hedge based on what psychopaths are doing. And you may be able to make fiat doing that, but you're going to end up a slave.
Yeah.
Because what's the idea? You're going to get a better relative position in the strategy of what sovereign wealth funds are doing. Once you understand that their end goal in this, somebody asked, Don came in and asked, can you explain how they plan on tokenizing the common wealth that they had no hand in creating? How can they possibly believe they have the right to tokenize and own soil, water, air, and photosynthesis? Because they don't care about rights. They don't believe in free will. They don't believe in property rights. They don't believe in natural law, period. That's how. This is the thing that we have to wake up to, is so many people like, oh, well, we don't have the Constitution will not protect you. If the state wants to come after you, you have no constitutional rights. If they want to invoke national defense or interstate commerce, you're screwed. You have no constitutional rights. It's a joke. At this point, it's a prison we put ourselves in. And we lie to ourselves that we're following laws that are based on, some natural law or God's law or whatever. That's not how they're structured. That's not how it works. That may have been the intent. But we're light years away. We're inverted from the intent. You have to realize we're inverted from the intent. So you can't think things are the way that they were in 1776, because we are in 1984. And not recognizing that is really problematic at this point.
Yeah. When it goes back, like we were saying, right out of the scope of that NEOM project is it's intended to operate independent of legal and regulatory framework with its own tax, labor laws, and judicial arrangements to attract investment, enable more experimental government. So governance, that's exactly what you're saying, right, Aaron? I mean, that's the goal of the thing. And, and I think the other thing here to consider is, I know you were talking a little bit about the Golden Dome and I'd like to explore that if we can, in the sense that the way that we're coming at this sovereign wealth fund for the U.S. from a supposed capitalist position, okay, if that's what we're to believe that we've had for the last 40 or 50 years, I think we have at times, but then, it sort of things happen and it maybe dissipates and it kind of comes back a little bit and then it dissipates again. But if we're moving into this space of a sovereign wealth fund, the perfect place to go is defense, right? So, you go to, like you were saying, U.S. Steel and this lithium Americas and, the rare earth metals, right? And we can make a good story against China. China has all the rare earth metals, all the rare earth minerals. U.S. doesn't have very much of it. We need to accumulate it. So what do we need to do? We need to just get it, right? Well, perfect place perfect way to do that is to take a stake in it, right? State-owned, government-owned. And so that's what we're doing. And the question is, how does this link with the Golden Dome, right? So we go to this idea of defense again, right? We're going to put this Golden Dome up. And I was asking a question. I was trying to figure this out. Could a sovereign wealth fund actually fund, parts of the Golden Dome? Would it be one, the actual? Like, I don't even know how this thing's supposed to be structured. A lot of it's been, I don't know if you've seen much of the structure on this or not, Aaron. I don't know if this is like one big government, black hole, or if it's independent little contracts, and how much does this tie into Starlink and things like that? So again, is it a public-private partnership? Does it require, some of Starlink to function, or does it not? How are these satellites getting into space? Who controls them? Who owns them? A lot of this could be public-private partnership. Who owns the satellites? Could be a combination of the two. I don't even know, Aaron, how many sovereign wealth funds actually have a stake in satellites? That would be an interesting thing, right? I mean, I didn't even ask that question.
A lot. I mean, when I was doing a little cursory research, this is one of the big areas that they're in. So I don't know. To me, the Golden Dome seems a lot like Reagan's Star Wars, right? I mean, is it really a thing? I don't know. I don't know the answer to the specifics of it, but I bet Howard Lutnick is the one brokering the deal. That's all. The only thing I know is Cantor Fitzgerald is going to manage the money, but that's this needs to be tracked. And again, my guess is Palantir is going to be involved. I mean, we have the whole new crop of new defense contractors. This is one of the things that we are seeing. I guess the way I would answer your question is just a hunch of where I'd start to look is that there's this theme. And I think a lot of people missed out on this theme, which is, and a lot of people, libertarians, got caught up in this. It's like, yeah, we're going to come in and we're going to use Doge and we're going to cut government and we're going to get rid of the administrative state, right? All of these things sound like useful goals because certainly these things are problematic and unsustainable. But what they don't realize is that the people that are actually architecting that already have the solution in place for when the bureaucracy is cut. And it's going to be replaced with things like Palantir, kind of like the Maha movement. Okay, well, if this is about medical freedom, then in theory, if you're going to come in and you're going to get rid of this corruption and get rid of the bad people at the FDA and CDC, you're not going to replace it with anything. But now what we're seeing is we're starting to see AI and we're starting to see Silicon Valley. So replacing Northrop Grumman with Palantir is not a victory. Replacing big pharma with AI and wearables is not a victory. We're not actually reducing the role of government. We're replacing cronies. And this time there's an ideological bent towards technocracy, which means actually more control. Government has more control over technocracy, not less. There may be a lot fewer employees. There might not be the bureaucracy that we don't like, but we end up with less freedom. It's not a win. And this is happening everywhere. So my guess is that whatever is going to be built is going to have this new class of technocrats behind it. And that would be my guess.
Yeah. Well, I think another way to try to track it would be, Canada, I think they were given a price of $60 billion to also have the Golden Dome put over the top of them. So the question is, where does that $60 billion go? Where does Canada even get the $60 billion? So, I mean, is a sovereign wealth fund coming through Canada to actually make a stake in this? These are questions I don't know. It makes sense, right? Just thinking about this Golden Dome, you're going to put this big dome over the, North America to protect it. So Canada should be a part of that. However, we're not getting along with Canada that well right now in terms of tariffs and trade and things like that. So the question is, what's in it for Canada to spend $60 billion to get protection under someone it's not even getting along with right now? We know Mark Carney's definitely a globalist. Okay. So he was installed there. It could have been Chrystia Freeland. It could have been Mark Carney. It was, what's his name? Justin Trudeau, right? All three of those are pretty much the same character. The question is, who's going to fund this? and how could they use the sovereign wealth funds to pay the $60 billion from Canada to the US? That's a lot of money. And it makes sense for Canada, but that might be a place to watch, right? Is to see the money flowing through Canada, if that's even possible, if that's even going to be something that we can see. Or is it just because what they're doing, Aaron, is they're spending a lot of money in a very short period of time. I think the Golden Dome, 2 or 3 year project by the by the end of Trump's first administration, which is handy for JD Vance to take the reins. Okay, which we know. And here, and so what's Mark Carney's term? What's there's so many questions here in terms of how can the money flow, and how are they going to pay for something like this, a big project that's this massive in such a short period of time. It almost feels to me like there has to be sovereign wealth fund money going into this.
Yep. I'm looking at this right now. So Trump has floated specific price tags for Canada starting at 61 billion. Now it's 71 billion, by the way. Okay. So it's increased under the basis of fair share for protection. There's no formal agreement, though, at this point in time. As I'm looking at this, Canada's primary sovereign wealth fund is the Canadian Pension Plan Investment Board. They manage $650 billion in assets. So analysts speculate that they could allocate $5 to $10 billion indirectly via stakes in frontrunner contracts like Lockheed Martin and L3 Harris. So that is one possible source. Now, there are other interesting ideas here, and I'm spitballing here, but we've talked about, you and I have offline talked about Japan. And Japan has stated that they're going to invest $550 billion in the US. That's a deal that's been cut. My understanding is they get 50% of the profits back until they return their capital, and then it's a 90-10 split going to the US thereafter. But Japan has expressed interest in co-developing space-based interceptors. You have interestingly, I'm looking at this. I'm not seeing any other investment from outside sovereign wealth funds, other than that the sovereign wealth funds benefit in other ways. So in looking at a list here, what they're saying is $13 billion has already been allocated, and there's a draft solicitation for $151 billion. And the key winners here are SpaceX, who will be providing satellite constellation for tracking and sensing and launching services, right? Palantir will be providing AI and data integration through the Gotham platform. So this is central digital infrastructure. Anduril is going to likely be one of the partners because of their focus on hypersonic defenses. Lockheed Martin, RTX, Raytheon, Northrop Grumman, and others. So our boys, our technocrats, Thiel and Musk, are likely some of the big. Now, have you looked at the Anduril and who their investors are?
Well, we know that I don't know all of them, but I know obviously Peter Thiel is heavily involved in that. And then, Palmer Luckey is the one that's heading it up. And I don't know how much of Palmer Luckey's own money is going into it. I don't know what the breakdown is. It's private. We could probably do a quick search on that. I just don't know the numbers on it. But I do know that a lot of this could be funded through, I think it's, what's the name of the bank? Euribor, right? That's, again, the bank that Peter Thiel and Lonsdale and, Palmer Luckey are all involved in, going into Ohio to replace Silicon Valley Bank. And we know what Silicon Valley Bank was doing. So it's a similar type of thing. So again, are they going to pool money through this Euribor, through the Technocracy to fund Anduril? So that's just one stream that's going into this, Aaron. I mean, we're talking Anduril is just one component into this. There's the supersonic drones and the technology that goes around that. The question is how much of something like what Anduril's doing is actually the Golden Dome, and how big could Anduril get, in this whole thing? I mean, this could be a household name at some point, right? This could be like NVIDIA at some point. I mean, if that is what I don't even know what the Golden Dome is, but it would seem to me that it would be something like what Anduril's doing.
Yep. Well, it certainly looks like it. And just doing a little bit of research here, I mean, sovereign wealth funds have a big investment in SpaceX, X, Tesla, all of Musk's things. He has huge participation from strategic wealth funds, and as does Peter Thiel. So Saudi Arabia is a big investor in Peter Thiel's Founders Fund, along with the SoftBank Vision Fund, as is Qatar an investor. Japan's sovereign wealth fund and Saudi Arabia are big investors in Palantir, Saudi Arabia in Anduril. So, again, I guess this isn't surprising. I mean, if these people have $12 trillion worth of assets that they're playing with, but I mean, at this point, I would imagine this is all, you almost have to talk to these guys at some level, right? If you're raising really large money, I think at some point they're definitively on the list.
I wonder what this Coast-led Ventures is. I've never heard of them. Did you see them pop up?
Yeah, I've heard of, yeah. So Vinod Khosla is somebody I've known. I've met him before he's been in, he used to be with Kleiner Perkins, which was considered, for a long time, .com era and earlier, one of, if not the best VC. And then he went off and spun off and did his own VC. And he is a complete leftist. And his entire portfolio, it seems like his investment strategy is on things that are government contract related. And this is where it becomes disgusting. I've said this before. And I've read books on this and know some of these people. Silicon Valley used to be libertarian-ish. I mean, in the 80s, when California was a red state, VCs were actually more on the even on the libertarian side of Republicans. And what's happened, primarily due to the funding, and the way that the funds are structured and the involvement of pension funds, government, pensions, and university endowments, it's turned into a complete woke, socialistic, state capital kind of thing. It shouldn't even be called venture capital. It should be called venture socialism. And I'm not kidding about that. It's horrendous. I've spent a lot of time inside of it, and Khosla is one of the worst. I don't know how he shouldn't have capitalism anywhere near his name.
But he, looking at his, I mean, he's perfectly fit in there with all these guys, right? OpenAI, Stripe, DoorDash, $15 billion in assets under management, artificial intelligence, climate, sustainability, other sectors. So he plugs in perfectly. What about 8VC? Do you know what that one is? I don't know that one either.
That's I'm familiar with them.
It's Joe Lonsdale.
Yep. Yeah, no, I mean, these are all people that we'll track when we get this website up, to put these connections together. But I mean, again, we don't even need a database to realize now what's going on with these sovereign wealth funds. And so I think the big division that's happening right now that's been effective is this belief that the WEF and Klaus Schwab are the bad guys and the globalists, and that somehow the technocrats here are not. That they've done a really masterful job of making people pick sides when, upon not even real close reflection, real simple analysis, you can realize they're both pushing the exact same agenda. I mean, it's like the Coke versus Pepsi of technocracy. There's no difference. And so, I mean, I'm not a fan of Bill Gates, but to claim that Peter Thiel is better is unwarranted. They should both, there are situations where you don't have to pick a side. In fact, in most of these cases, you shouldn't pick any side. And so it was great. We made those guys out to be really bad. I mean, again, there are people that believe that the WEF lost. And that because Klaus Schwab resigned or whatever, that the WEF is over. They now have Larry Fink as the co-chair. This is like the WEF is more powerful than ever in reality, strategically. But people are complacent and they're celebrating. So, I don't know.
Yeah. Well, I'll look forward to when we get that that when we start mapping this out on the Technocracy, I think that's going to help us make a lot of connections here that are important to make, because the good thing is, it's a little bit harder for them to hide than they would like. If as long as people are willing to make the connections, I think you can start to see what's going on. And I just think this Golden Dome, Aaron, any government project that size hardly ever comes off well, right? I mean, again, what are we looking at? That Nome project, Neom, right, in Saudi Arabia. Big
Yep.
ideas, lots of backing, but again, functionally not great. Same kind of thing with this Golden Dome. It's ripe for fraud. A lot of money flows through it. How did the money flow through it? Where's the money going to come from? The taxpayers. The other thing that I've seen, Aaron, another thing that's been going on, you mentioned Keir Starmer earlier too. So Rachel Reeves, she's essentially like the Secretary of the Treasury, right? The Exchequer. And so they were talking, they're going to, 3 ways they're going to try to hit them. They have the 3, they can either, but in the end, it's going to be some kind of a wealth tax. That's the takeaway. So how much of this is going to be taxation too? And again, if you can create, like you were talking about, a digital Pearl Harbor, all of a sudden people are like, they're more okay with higher taxes. How much is tax going to be a part of this is the other part. And how much are we going to fall for that? I wonder how they're going to fund this Golden Dome. And if it's not going to be sovereign wealth funds, which I actually think it will be, and through private equity, through a lot of different things, because think how much Peter Thiel's ready to make off of this. I mean, if you're an early investor in Anduril, and Anduril gets these massive government contracts, you can't even imagine. I mean, 61 billion just out of Canada for a small sector just to be covered, I mean, now granted, Canada is a big area, but I think it's also probably easier to defend Canada because there's big spaces between the cities that are important, right? So even though it's bigger, I'm not a defense guy, so I can't sit here and say for sure, but it would seem to me that that's a lot of money for Canada, 60 to 70 billion dollars. What are they even going to get for that? How much protection? Are they getting protection over the North Pole? Where are they getting protection from? Maybe this is where Greenland fits into this whole thing. I don't know, but the question is, it's the money, right? How are they going to fund all this stuff? And it just seems to me, if we follow this and follow the technocrats, it's going to lead us to where the money's going to come from, right? And once you see that, it's not that hard to shine a light on it, and try to get exposure to it. And I think that's the key. At some point, we're going to get our opportunity to put a light on this. And when we do, if we're ready for it, I think you can get this out there and shine a light on some of this stuff. And hopefully people will realize this is not good. It's not a good situation.
No, it's not a good situation, but I'm trying to think through. So what are the options that Trump could do? And I'm researching this. One, try to make Canada the 51st state, which I don't think that's likely to happen. But, I think one possible way that they could do it is by cutting deals for natural resources. So Canada has tons of nickel, cobalt, lithium, oil, gas, aluminum, uranium. Why not have them tokenize some of those assets and sell off those assets? Maybe Lutnick can come in and help Canada sell off some of their natural resources to fund it. I wouldn't be surprised if you don't see that as part of the plan.
Yeah. Well, and there you go, bringing the tokenization back into it. How does that work, Aaron? If, let's say you go to some place like Argentina, right? The U.S. is now going to open up a swap line for Argentina because, at the United Nations General Assembly meeting over the last week, Malay was there speaking, and it makes sense for the U.S. to align strategically, right? Back to defense again. So what are they going to do? The U.S. says, well, we don't want Argentina going to the traditional places where they get bailouts, the World Bank, the International Monetary Fund, which again, we fund one way or another anyway, right? So they don't want them going there. So we opened up a $20 billion swap line for Argentina. Okay. So that now enables you, right, access, sort of a pay for play to get access to their rare earth minerals and so forth. The question is, back to how do you tokenize something like that? So let's say you go to some place like Argentina and you assess some value to what they have in the ground, current value. It, again, if you think of oil, right, they break this down, not to get into all the fancy terms, but they say there's a perceived value, and then there's a pretty much, we're pretty sure that there's this much oil, and we think there could be this much more oil, right? So they might give you a little bit more than what you're sure of, but they're not going to give you the full amount for what you think could be there, right? And it's the same kind of a thing. So you go to some place, there's all kinds of geological surveys, right? There's all kinds of tools out there now to assess, okay, we think Argentina could have this much. So now what do? Now you say, okay, how do we get the value out of the ground? People love stealing from the future, right, Aaron? That's one thing we know. They love to say, well, the value's here. Let's steal from the future. Let's steal from the future generations. So how do they do that? It seems to me like tokenization is a ripe way, right, to steal from the future and put it in your pocket today. Am I wrong on that? Or is that sort of how it works?
Well, it could be used that way. I mean, again, tokenization, just think of tokens as being like shares. It allows you to sell investment ownership either in real assets or in anything that can be traded. And so certainly it could be used poorly or it could be used well. It's just a technical mechanism for accounting for the trade of assets amongst people. That's the way I look at it. But I suspect most of these centralized things, again, my problem is that a lot of us that have been working on tokenization for 7-8 years now, the whole idea of it was kind of like the idea behind Bitcoin was to get rid of third parties. And instead, the tokens are being used to give surveillance and control to the very same third parties that are the problem that tokenization could disintermediate. So this is why I say it's the main battleground, because tokenization is going to happen whether people like it or not.
Yeah.
It's not a bad thing. Once you know how centralized databases work and how the current system works, you won't necessarily be negative on tokenization. You'll be like, oh my God, this is how stocks are actually traded. This is how this market actually works. This is who controls these databases. They're hacked how much, right? So I think because people don't understand how the current system works, they're afraid of the idea of tokenization. They should be horrified about the way the system currently operates and how much fraud there is. Direct fraud. So once you understand how bad and fragile the current situation is, you can look at tokenization in one of two ways. It can either improve upon the security issues of the existing system and the centralization of the current system, or it can be used to improve security and get rid of third parties. So this is why I say it's going to happen whether people like it or not. But whether it turns out to be for freedom or tyranny remains to be seen. But the things that we are talking about, when we talk about what Howard Lutnick is doing, what BlackRock is doing, what would be involved with a sovereign wealth fund, it is not the kind of tokenization that will improve your freedom and improve your own personal economic situation. That much I can assure you, because I study this quite a bit. So,
and so again, it's just like accounting rules. Like we don't really, corporations can get away a long time with exploiting accounting rules. They can massage the numbers. It just seems to me like the tokenization is ripe for exploitation if it's done at this at this level of the technocracy or the government or something else. Now, if it's left again, power distributed to the hands of the people, it's probably going to be a pretty good system, right? I think that's what you're kind of saying, right? If it's left to the hands of the people and the people are in control of it, or they're driving it, then it's a functional concept. If it's back to Argentina, if you can look at the proven reserves, right, of Argentina, and you say, okay, we want to extract the value out of that today, we want it now, you could exploit tokenization, right, to take the value out of the future and fabricate some false number on Argentina. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Is that hitting it correctly on that? I'm just thinking, like, how do they take, Courtney talks about this too, the numbers, $4 quadrillion they want to try to, take out of the ground. They're going to try to put some number on, the value of, the water, the air, the resources, the future, every future kernel of corn that comes out of the ground. They want to try to get some value on it. If they can do that, then they create some. Then, this is what we talk about, like you were talking about at the beginning, our U.S. balance sheet. If we have $200 trillion of so again, assets equal liabilities plus owner's equity, the equation works, right? You have assets on one side, liabilities. They'd like to leave us with all the liabilities and run off with all the owner's equity, right?
Yes, they do. They want to steal. It's not theirs. This is the point behind this, right? And even the analogy. So Yarvin trying to position this as a corporation. Okay, well, who made Howard-Lutnick the primary shareholder? Who made the intermediaries that are going to be involved in controlling and custodying and making fees off of all of these assets? The way this is going to be done will be the biggest financial theft in human history. I have absolutely no doubt about that whatsoever. Because again, and by the way, who voted for this? I mean, for all of the people that voted for Trump, did you vote for Trump to tokenize and sell off our national resources, probably to the benefit of his large financial contributors and his family? Is that why you elected him? And again, I am gonna single this out because so many people I see say, well, but he gave up his salary to veterans, right? You don't even realize that, his W-2 income is not where he makes his money. He's probably made more money on his meme coins in DeFi than it's probably doubled his net worth. I wouldn't be surprised. He's completely monetized his position, as has the family. Now, you may be okay with that. I mean, again, I come from a, capitalism, individual rights. This is completely against everything that I believe in terms of empowering people to engage in voluntary transactions. It's the opposite of that. It's the use of force. It's the use of cronyism. And it's the kind of thing that happens at the end of an empire. But some people may be okay with it. I think a lot of people that are okay with it haven't really thought it through.
Yep. When I come at this from the angle of, the natural asset corporations, the fact that I think it was 2023. I think it was the fall to winter of 2023 when they were setting up these natural asset corporations. And it was our own New York Stock Exchange, our own SEC that was involved in this, essentially trying to take, land, rights to it and everything else. And, that to me, I don't think they really thought they were going to get away with that, but they were going to do it right over the holidays from Christmas to New Year's. I mean, this is how, nasty this can get, is that they were going to try to steal that if they could, with a set of laws and so forth. To me, they don't give up on this, right? They're going to come back. And again, tokenization, I love the idea, again, if we can control it, if it's left in their hands, they pull all the value out, get control of things. Go back to what these sovereign wealth funds are saying, they get to write the rules. I'll read that again. NEOM is intended to operate under independent legal and regulatory framework with its own tax, labor, laws, and judicial arrangements to attract investment, enable more experimental governance. To me, that seems ripe for, the exploitation of resources that are in the ground and trying to get the value out of the future into today so that they can then, move forward these projects, right? The technocracy, the data centers, the AI, the energy, the control factor, all these things. And so I just wonder how they do it. How do they pay for this stuff? And how do they, and, we're being sold at this sovereign wealth fund. There are people out there, Aaron, that are saying like this sovereign wealth fund is going to be good for us. Every American is going to end up with, hundreds of thousands of dollars of value out of this. That would be great. I just don't see that. I've never seen that happen before, right? Where governments work on behalf of the people,
Very well. Again, this is the pathway to UBI. This is how we get UBI. And, if you think that UBI is a good idea, then, you know, look at what happened with food stamps. I mean, you know, again, RFK Jr. banning sugary drinks. You might like that. Are you going to like it if it's Fauci in charge of HHS? This is what happens. And historically, rights only go in one direction. They'll never remove surveillance. They will never give us more rights if we have UBI. The thing is, they'll destroy the economy to the point where people are so desperate that out of the perception of not having a choice, they'll take UBI. And I think people are, but you know, look, it's like I talked about last Thursday. People buy into this Nasara quantum financial system. People are so desperate because the economy is bad. There needs to be a recognition that right now the dollar's had one of its worst years ever. We are in a situation where it's an everything asset bubble, and we have a massive amount of debt, and we have probably peak corruption in our government. If people are holding on to the position that we're the greatest country in the world and that this is like it's divorced from reality. We're actually not even the most productive country. We're not a leader in any metric. And this is the problem. People think we still are, and that's not facing the objective reality. We were, and from a conceptual standpoint, the founding of the country was based on a core set of great ideas, but we have nothing to do with that anymore. And until we acknowledge that, we're going to have significant problems. And I don't see most people, again, I'm going to do it more. I'm going to start playing more stuff from China in terms of they're leading in what, 47 out of 54 categories of tech. People do not know that. People still think that they're, you know, living in the dirt, begging for a bowl of rice, and that everyone's starving. There's a perception gap here that, you know, again, who's more censored? Did Chinese people see more about America, or does America see more about China? Because when there was the threat, when TikTok was shut down temporarily, there was that other social media site that people got access to, read something or other. I got it on my iPad, and it was amazing to see what happened. I'm sure some of it was propaganda, but you actually had young people in China talking to young people in the United States. And the young people in the United States were getting pissed because they thought US had the best standard of living and all this other stuff. And then they're sitting here looking at what's going on in China and finding out, wait a minute, they have robots. This is what the standard of living, they have all of this technology. We're seeing all these videos of different slices of life in China. It's nothing like what we think it is. And I'm not saying that it's a wonderful place. I'm saying our perception of our strength, we have eroded and declined so much. When one of the fun things about running for president is that I traveled around the country. So I hit, I think, 26 different states. It was mostly to talk, in fact, it was entirely to talk about CBDCs. But have you driven through America lately? I mean, America's turned into a place where you know what's going on. So the billboards are for personal injury lawyers. The whole thing is, we are clearly a country in decline. And so we now have a situation where people are in a point of desperation. When you look at the job numbers, if you're over 50 and you lose your job, you have no prospects. But then you might think, well, that's because all the young people are getting jobs. Actually, people graduating from college have, I think, one of the worst problems with employment and finding jobs. So I don't know. I don't know how we rectify that. Again, you have to admit you have a problem in order to be able to address it. I'm not saying these things to be negative. I'm saying them like as I've started different companies, if you deny what's going on in your company, the way Americans are denying what's going on in their country, you're going to end up bankrupt. It's pretty straightforward. And I'm not seeing a sense of urgency or even an understanding of what's going on. I'm seeing that the more desperate we become, the larger the lie and the more people are willing to hope on it and bank on a white knight. It seems to be getting even more, like, the more outlandish the idea. This is why something like what Yarvin says is popular. This is how libertarians are going around now lining up with Yarvin and saying, oh yeah, we need a monarch. People are actually saying this. This is this is catching on. I mean, that this is not a great sign. This is a late stage phenomenon, in my opinion.
Yeah. When it fits with the cycles, I know you and I both follow Martin Armstrong, and again, I've seen him make some bad calls, but I've seen him make some pretty impressive calls at the same time. And, this goes with what you're saying with China. He calls for what, 2030, 2032, where China becomes a new financial capital of the world. And that fits with what you're saying, so 47 out of 50 metrics, again, the problem I see with that, let me just counter that for a second, is I don't see the foreign direct investment going in there. And again, this goes back to sovereign wealth funds. Where's the capital going? Where's the investment? And, it hasn't been going into China. China hasn't been very good at stimulating its own economy. They're clearly fabricating some of the data, but that doesn't mean they still aren't, they still didn't make huge strides when they could. And that a lot of the, intellectual property was given or sold to them, one or the other. So I don't have a good read. I mean, you bring up a good point, Aaron. I don't really have a great read on. I try like crazy to figure out what's really going on in China, and I look at it from a money flow standpoint. Lack of foreign direct investment. I watch what they're doing with their interest rates. I watch what they're doing with their stimulus programs. I watched the stimulus program they did last year, a little over a year ago, 13, 14 months ago, and it failed. And they've been reluctant to try another one because the people aren't going to be real happy now. So but I hear what you're saying, and the fact that, and I hear what Martin Armstrong's saying, that by 2030 to 2032, China is being set up to be the financial capital. And I think this is, like you said, this is the end of the fiat system, right? This is the end of the dollar, Again, I still think it could fail on the upside versus the downside, but I think either way, we're both calling for a failure, the failure in one way or another. To
me, the difference is that usually what happens, so every fiat fails historically, but then a new fiat currency comes in to take its place. That's been the historical precedent. The difference this time is that all fiat currencies go away and are replaced by an energy credit system. So this is an important point to acknowledge, because people are like, oh, it's going to be the BRICS and it's going to be this and that. And again, Insanity is doing the same thing over and over. No one's proposing any ideal scenario or improvement on the fiat system. The fiat system does not work. There are logical reasons why the fiat system would not work. But whether China is again, to me, it's irrelevant whether it's China or the United States when you look at the ownership. So I mean, Apple.
Yeah.
If you look at look at Elon Musk's ownership. Look at the only rules are that a foreign company is limited to 49% ownership in China, but Peter Thiel, it will be okay if China is the capital of the world. This is what you have to understand. The technocrats, Larry Ellison, Bill Gates, all of these people have investments there. They have ownership stake there. There is no U.S. versus China. You're believing that there's U.S. versus China. There is only, kind of like they said in network, but to change it up again, there is only Apple, Tesla, Intel, NVIDIA. There is no China. There is no U.S. There are large corporate actors and technocrats and sovereign wealth funds, but the actual physical geographies, whether it's the U.S. or China is irrelevant. Like we're well, what are we going to do here as a matter of policy that's going to change the fact that all of the people that people think are going to be white knights for America have ownership interests in China and make a significant portion of their money in China? I don't understand, like, that when Musk wrapped himself in an American flag, what the hell are you talking about? I mean, it doesn't. I mean, again, it doesn't even add up. As if he's only doing business in America and doing America, only trading with people in America, only selling to people in America, not investing in China. None of that's true. Those are all lies. Which, by the way, I'm okay with, because who cares? People should be able to engage in voluntary trade. I am for people to be able to engage in voluntary trade. It's giving these politicians control that is the problem. I mean, it's the politicians. I mean, again, what are they doing? They're using Howard Lutnick is using the force of the state to enrich his family. That's what he's doing. He's a horrible human being for what he's doing. Again, I don't have any respect for people that do this and then to say, well, but they're doing it for the interest of the country. This is ridiculous. None of it's for the interest of the country. If you wanted to maximize the country in terms of economic value, you would eliminate taxes and you'd eliminate regulation. If that's actually what you are interested in, but that's not what people are interested in. People want the perception of winning. Yeah, I mean, Sylvia says the U.S. gave Musk so many contracts and grants. No, the whole thing's ridiculous. Palantir is built on government contracts. I don't want to hear that Peter Thiel's never been a libertarian. That's another problem that we have to deal with. But I guess I don't even care anymore because libertarian is meaningless at this point as a political movement. It's not as a philosophy, but it is entirely as a political movement. But you know, I guess I don't think of things in terms of U.S. or China because I don't think that's the threat. The threat is the technocracy, and the technocracy is global. The threat is the sovereign wealth funds, right? It's the sovereign wealth funds and the technocrats, and big tech, and that, you know, it's not very many people. That's the thing. I mean, you saw that list that I sent you from Patrick Wood. It's not many people.
Right.
They want us to think it's 50-50. It's like 1,000 people versus everybody else. Yeah. But we're always buying into this. It's Russia, it's China, it's Republican, Democrat. None of that matters. That's all fake. And they're profiting off of it, both sides. Yeah. And laughing at us.
Yeah, I think that's right. You know, and it makes sense when this is anecdotal, but I remembered Peter Thiel buying land in New Zealand, you know, and I was just looking that up. And he owns, you know, at least 500 acres on the shores of Lake Wanaka in South Island, New Zealand, which is, again, if, you know, quote unquote, a financial capital is going to end up in China, and I'm not sure Martin Armstrong's right on that, but let's just say that something like that, again, I agree with you. Something massive is going to change here. You know, you're going from all fiat system currencies go away. I can see that. Then you talk about, you know, where are these guys going to locate? You know, well, New Zealand's a pretty safe place in proximity to China. And again, this is about control of both. This isn't about control of, you know, China's going to win. I agree with that, right? I think I mostly agree with that it's really about who controls China, who controls the US, who controls the assets. And this goes back to the tokenization. Either we control it or they do, right? And it's going to go into the hands of a few or it's going to go into the hands of many. So, you know, you could say there's a dozen reasons why Peter Thiel owns land in New Zealand, but I think it's one, you know, it's a pretty safe place, you know, it's pretty fertile, and it's not far from China, right? It's also not far from that region. So I don't know, maybe there's nothing to that, but.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that is interesting. I don't understand the New Zealand one because I know that also there's Kim.com who has been treated horribly by the government there. And so there has to be some other reason because New Zealand is about as far away from being libertarian as it can possibly be. But let's look at who the billionaires are. Yeah. So who owns a bunch of land in New Zealand? Larry Page, James Cameron, Jack Ma of Alibaba, and numerous other Silicon Valley executives. And so what are the benefits of it? Well, the benefits of it are in perceived isolation from global conflict. I mean, yeah, it is a way out there. That's probably true. Non-extradition treaty. I mean, not treaty, non-extradition benefits. Although those are even unclear because, again, I haven't even checked in on Kim.com lately after he had his stroke, but, you know, he's had a hell of a story. I don't know if you followed what he's been up against in terms of raided, and he's had all kinds of violation of his rights in New Zealand. So, I don't know. I don't know what the situation is, but again, all of these people have ties to China. Isn't Elon Musk's wife Chinese? Again, I'm saying this just to state how absurd it is to think that there's actually the division is that they want us to think that there's a division. And you know what? Now I am going to do this. I keep on saying this. I'm going to start making the memes so that you can get ready for the propaganda posters about why you have to shut off your electricity and keep your thermostat at 85 in the summer so that America can defeat China on the road to AGI, because there's already issues with water shortages due to this. I mean, this is a major national strategic priority, and electricity costs are going to continue to surge, and people are going to start seeing propaganda posters about these data centers and AI being part of a complete bullshit narrative about national security against China. And by the looks of things, most people will buy it. That's the problem. I mean, I don't know how to. The thing is, knowing that this is going to happen doesn't change the fact that it works, but it is going to work. People are going to be like, yeah, oh, you know what? We better let OpenAI, we better let Larry Ellison have another data center, because if we don't, China is going to beat us to AGI, and we want to have America control the technocracy. We want an American AI surveillance system. We want an American social credit system, because if it's an American social credit system, we're free. I mean, you laugh. You
make a good point.
People will do this.
I know, you're right. I know. You made a great. I can't help. I think you're right, Aaron. I think that's spot on. That's exactly what's going on.
I mean, I want to help people. I mean, part of this is obviously the reason we try to get this information out is to help people. But it's tough because, I do appreciate that people don't have time, a lot of time to even focus on this stuff. Although if they understood the gravity of the situation, you can always make time.
Yeah.
And that's part of the problem, is that people won't focus on it until they get into that situation where, oh, well, if I didn't do this, I'd lose my job. If I didn't do this, I'd lose my house. There certainly is time to take action, but there certainly is not a lot of time.
Well, and that's why the UBI is only one event away, right? We're really about one event away from the UBI. And what houses the whole thing, or what houses a lot of it? Sovereign wealth funds, right? Back to where we started. I mean, we're one major event away. We saw this with COVID. I mean, people 6 feet apart from each other, the masks, right? Don't go here, don't do that. You go on the beaches in Florida, you get arrested, even though you're perfectly safe out there. You're walking down the beach, you get handcuffed, arrested, hauled off. I mean, there's no harm. You're doing no harm to anything when you're on the beach in Florida. There's no one around. Doesn't matter. It's still all about command and control. So we're literally, if you think back to that, we're one event away from universal basic income, and people will fall for it because, again, they're like, okay, well, if I'm going to give up that and you're going to give me this, all right, I'll take it. But it's temporary, right? I mean, how long will UBI actually, take care of people or benefit people? A very short window of time, right? All it is just, it's like the Roach Motel. You can get in, but you can't get out,
So I mean, and there are we don't know answers to a lot of these things. This is why I'm about to put a link to it at the Aaron Day Show, the first principles conversation, because I don't have any answers to these problems that we're facing. I have more of a framework for the fact that we should start looking at things from first principles and asking questions like, do we have free will? What is the nature of man? That type of thing that would help us in order to figure out how to design whatever our new reality is going to be. Because the issue is that I can tell you that AI is not a bad thing. Again, it's like tokenization is not a bad thing, but I will tell you my productivity. I will show you some things over the next month that will blow your mind. I've even made improvements in the last 24 hours that you're going to start to see the benefit of. Claude just released a new model today, 4.5, and stuff I was working on all weekend, it was able to correct in like 30 seconds. And so and where I'm going with this is the productivity gains are such that we're going to be able to see 1000x productivity gains, to which degree you actually could have enough material wealth that people don't need to work. That is actually a reality. And once you start really playing with this technology and seeing what it can do, I mean, I am convinced. I know that some people think it's a fad. It's not a fad. It's not a bubble. Again, it's like all technology. It could be weaponized to absolutely wipe us out. That is true. But then we also have to look at the fact that there are these huge productivity gains. And so then this is where the whole UBI question becomes somewhat problematic. Who did I see today? So somebody, Accenture just laid off a huge number of employees, saying that, they're laying off the employees that are in positions where, they essentially they don't augment the AI, right? There's no way to apply where they add value above and beyond AI, which is probably most of management consulting, frankly. But you could replace, giving a board BS to justify a corporate decision with a prompt instead of writing a big check for it. But nevertheless, you're going to see massive improvements. And then when you do look at robotics, because we had that talk last week, and then digging into the robotics, because when you don't pay attention on this, you can fall behind. And so just looking at where Unitree is, where these things are, yeah, I mean, that stuff is real. And so could be positive implications. Yes, the robots and AI could kill all of us, or at the same time, they could create 1,000x improvement in productivity. And then you really do genuinely have a question about how do you distribute resources? There is going to be a fundamental question. So the US does have a lot of natural resources. All right, well, who really does own those natural resources? What are we supposed to do with those natural resources? We're supposed to do nothing with the national resources? How are they supposed to be allocated? I mean, I don't like the solutions that they're proposing, but we do have a series of problems that we're not well equipped to deal with. Sylvia says, I like first principles, but AI uses a lot of energy. How's that going to work when your electric company starts using brown blackouts? Yeah, I mean, I think that we probably solved the energy problem 70, 80 years ago, and it's been suppressed through the Invention Secrecy Act and everything else. I actually think we probably do have technology that could lead to not free energy, but very abundant energy. And so the question is, what are we going to do about that? And I know that there are things that are being built and launched. I know Peter Thiel invested in something. We had a guy on here that would talk about that quite frequently. The thing going on, I think, Washington State. There are people working on, I know thorium reactors were a thing for a while. There's Ashton Forbes, who talks about, free energy. Zero point energy and all this other stuff. So we very well may have a breakthrough in energy. I don't want to hold on to this idea that we can't innovate, but what has suppressed innovation in energy is government. And in fact, it's been government in conjunction with energy. In the United States, I will probably do an episode, in fact, I might now, on the history of the Invention Secrecy Act in this country, which was started in 1952, and it has been weaponized. Basically, my understanding is each government department can come in and say, oh, well, this patent that's been submitted is a threat to either national security or financial security. Well, what does it mean if a technology is a threat to financial security? Well, it means a lot of people in oils might lose their job if this technology gets deployed. And literally, that's an example of how some of these technologies have been suppressed and what the justifications are. But the thing is, ahead of one of these departments, ahead of the, USDA or the Energy Department or whatever can come in and suppress these patents, and there's no appeals process. So you're told as the invention holder that you can't talk about your patent, you can't build your patent, and it's like an automatic 10 or 20-year federal prison sentence if you talk about your invention after it's been claimed by the Invention Secrecy Act. Again, most people have never heard of this. Just like I say, national security letter. So we're like, oh, we've got the Constitution. Not if you invent something that's efficient with energy, not if you invent a real breakthrough. You can talk about something, but not if it's something that's really sensitive and they don't want you to talk about it. Then you can't even talk to a lawyer about it. This is today in the United States of America. This is over 5,000 of these patents. But what's actually happened, and I don't know if he's going to join. Dan, if you're listening, go ahead and pop in. My friend Dan, he works on the line, and I ask him all the time what's going on. He's like, our grid is horrible. I mean, he has to work on repairs all the time. This guy's been doing this for a long time, and he's like, the grid, they haven't made the investments. It's deteriorating. This didn't need to happen. This is a our energy crisis is a manufactured energy crisis. But the irony is a lot of these tech companies, Facebook, Meta, and others that were pushing some of these woke policies. I haven't confirmed yet. I should look to see. I wouldn't be surprised if Zuckerberg wasn't behind ESG, and then now he's going to be one of the largest consumers of electricity. But again, this is how this works. You sow the seeds of your own destruction, right? Create your own manufactured scarcity. But I believe but we have to get government out of the way in order to actually have real innovation in energy, or we need to release the patents. I mean, I wish there's no way to do it, but it would be cool to have a big movement around releasing these patents, right? I mean, people talk a lot about disclosure, and we've got the stuff going on with aliens and FOIA requests. I want to see the 5,000 patents.
Let's let the patents
that have been suppressed. Let the patents go. How long are you going to hold on to these patents? Forever? Who determines on an ongoing basis whether a patent is still a national security threat? Like, what's that mechanism look like? Because of course we know, I mean, at least we've heard that a lot of these patents end up getting not acquired in a paid money for sense. They end up becoming part of, Lockheed Martin, Raytheon, and some of these other things. They get to work on the technology. It's just that it has to be under a cloak of darkness. We can't talk about it from national security. So we're going to steal your idea, probably build something that American people won't get any benefit from, and that's how things work in this country. This is actually, so I'm glad you brought that up. Maybe I don't know if I'll have time to get enough research in by Thursday, but that is a topic that is worthy of discussion, and it fits into the second category. This category that I have autonomy reboot on people reclaiming their free will. Part of doing that is being aware of how programmed you are. And so I know people don't like that I'm negative. America 1.0 is over. If you don't look at and assess these facts, then you're living in denial. You can improve things materially. Once you accept things as they are, then you can actually go and build something else. But if you're going to remain in denial, I guess maybe I've just had too many friends thrown in prison, threatened. I've had my own situation. I mean, I know enough people. I mean, frankly, it's most of the people that I know at this point. Maybe that's just a function of, where I landed, but most of but I mean, oddly, these are people that promote libertarians end up in these situations, and they end up in these situations they don't necessarily become libertarians because of this. They started out as libertarians and then they were targeted by the government. It's a fascinating thing to watch, but I'll do one on the Invention Secrecy Act. Maybe I'll do another one on national security letters. Just because people have to wake up. If you are thinking that the Constitution is going to save you, you are already lost.
Yeah. Yeah, well, and the other thing too, I know you've talked about, this is sort of on topic, sort of not, because it goes into the research of all this stuff. You had talked about doing something in terms of, educating people on how to use AI. You mentioned, what was it, Claude, and then obviously Chat GPT, and then we have Enoch that Mike Adams did. And because I just feel like, Aaron, there's going to be this massive division between the people who know how to, because like you're becoming more and more productive all the time, figuring out how to write these command prompts that do certain things. And then you obviously get better at it, right? I'm assuming, do you feel like you're able to get intuition when you're doing this? So, in life, you see a pattern. You're like, oh, okay, when I do this with my car, it does this. Or when I do this with a snowmobile, it does this. Or when I do this with, a hammer and whatever tool, it does this, and you kind of, know how to use that tool after a while. Say, are you feeling that with AI, like with the AI that you're using? Are you figuring out because I'm starting to figure some things out. It's very smart, but it's very dumb at the same time. It has to be exact, right? Certain things. For instance, if I go to look up music, right, on this, what is it, Shazam or something like that. The other day I was listening, if it knows the exact song, it'll find it, right? But if I find a concert version of the song, it can't figure it out. I tried it on 20 different songs. It has no chance. It can't figure out a concert version.
I think it has this. Try Suno, SUNO. That's what I use to create all the music. Okay. For the songs that I play at the beginning, which by the way has become amazing. Like I am actually listening to my own music now. I mean, this new version of this model is just absolutely phenomenal. It takes a long time to learn how to actually use it right. But to your question about intuition, yes, if I could express one thing, and this is where I see where there is a divide, because if you're a kid, I think I like the way Courtney described it. If you don't know how to do arithmetic and you're just using a calculator, then you're going to end up with problems because you don't understand what you're doing. If you do understand arithmetic, but you're just using it as a tool to accelerate what you're doing, then it's an actual useful tool. What I find is I'm probably getting 25% productivity improvement per day. That's actually the rate at which it's accelerating at this point. I can't even explain. I'll show. I don't even know at what point I'll show people what's going on, but you'll see it at some point. At some point, I mean, I'm at the point where I could create. I'm working towards being able to create a business that is completely self-running and automated, and to be able to incubate businesses like that. This is actually where I'm going with Zano. And not that I even want to run them, but I've actually gotten to the point where I'm like, you know what? I could tell people about tokenization. I could try to, or I could be like, you know what? Here's a business that I've created. Do you want to run it? You know what I mean? Like that is the level that this is going to. But what I've learned, and I guess part of it is that I went through this process in 2019 where I really started questioning all of my beliefs and realized that even though I thought that, you know, I was stuck in this kind of left brain, you know, I'd probably be a Curtis Yarvin fan if, you know, I hadn't gone through this experience that I went through in 2019. So I have some understanding of where I know how these people got to this place. So I don't think that they're fundamentally evil people. I do get it. I mean, I said it at the outset. It's kind of, it is Revenge of the Nerds, where imagine, you know, you were picked on, but you were smarter than everyone else. And then all of a sudden you ended up with a lot of money and the potential to influence power. A lot of people are just exercising that on a grand scale. And when you actually start looking at the personalities behind it, so that doesn't make them bad people, but you need to understand that if you're saying that, well, this guy's a white knight, it's like, no, this is somebody that's emotionally damaged. And rather than dealing with it, they're taking out their wrath on all of humanity at scale. Now, they could still address the underlying problem that they have and actually probably be a force for good, but we're dealing with this on a pretty big basis. But at this point, it's becoming completely intuitive. I mean, I knew how to code to begin with, not very well. I mean, I understand how I can code, but I mean, this is kind of like, what you said was accurate. If you know what you want, so your ability to express and articulate your true intent, if you have that, if you know what you're doing and why you're doing it, and then it's a tool that can actually help you get to where you're trying to go. And from a coding perspective, that can be an amazing thing, because essentially what it's doing is I'm taking my my processes, the things that I actually do, and just figuring out, okay, well, this is what I do every time. You know, when I'm doing a show, I go through this, I can automate all of it. I can automate all of my workflows. So it's not, is it changing what I think? No, it's just augmenting and allowing me to do 100 times more work. But it is something that now at this point, with where it's going with images and music, I mean, I'm writing something right now. So I have the music that I play at the beginning, which some people are like, oh, who's the artist behind that? Where can I buy this album? I actually get more comments on that lately than anything else. But I'm writing something that's going to be able to create music videos out of the songs, and it'll be automated. So I'll be able to take, but what is the point of the song? Well, what I put into the song is the true intent behind what the message of the song is and what's trying to be conveyed, and how, you know, so I know how to describe the music and the stuff. And even still, then there's a lot of trial and error and then selecting. But yeah, it is getting to the point where I think even by the end of this year, the changes that have happened in the last 90 days are earth-shattering. And then I think what we're now entering this agentic phase. This new model, this Claude model, I just saw today, did 30 hours of straight autonomous programming without any intervention. I don't know what the output of it was, but I mean, essentially that is beyond, any record. So again, this could be bad, right? This stuff could be built. It could hack into stuff. You add this to robots, it could wipe all of us out. I tend to not, well, it's not that I don't take the negative case. I do take the negative case because that's actually what the technocrats are building.
Right.
So this is why we should be worried about it.
There's a cyber attack right there.
There's a cyber attack. On the flip side, it is truly, it can increase our free will because it can increase our opportunities and potential and the subset of decisions that we can make. I mean, if you look at free will at one level as being your ability to make your own choices, which is not a complete explanation of free will, but it's a part of it. It can actually open up that universe, or it can be used in a surveillance way where it tells you what you can do, not a tool that can help expand the way you think and what decisions you make. And that is really, this is why it's a war. It really is a war for the soul of how this technology is used. And I don't have any good answers for how to deal with it. I actually don't have the solution for how to deal with this, but I think that it's important for people to understand what's driving the people that are pushing the larger models and what's driving the people that are infiltrating AI within government. Because once you understand that Musk is a technocrat, and then once you understand what technocracy is, you can get rid of the white knight part, presuming you believe in free will. In the same, Sam Altman and others, which I believe the Anthropic guy behind Claude is an effective altruist. It's important to know these things because even as they're deciding how it works, I think Anthropic has like a constitution governing how the protocol works and what you can and cannot get access to. I've been spending a lot of time as I'm automating my processes trying to figure out which models to use. And I'm moving towards trying to have my own model on my own computer. And I actually reached out to Mike today and I'd like to get his model so I can run it locally. Because as you play around with the models, you can start to feel for where the censorship is. I know I can't use this model for this. I know I can coax this information out of it this way. But if you're not driving the process, if you're not like, this is my intent for using the AI, and then I'm going to figure out how to, get out of it what I want to get out of it. If instead you're viewing it as your therapist, as Courtney likes to bring up, that's a scary proposition because the AIs are designed algorithmically to give you a type of response in a particular way. So it can go down and a rabbit hole where it has you believing things that are not true. So in that case, you're reacting to the tool, not using the tool. If your situation with AI is passive, then it's probably based on the way that they work right now, for sure, it's going to be a dangerous thing and a negative thing. If you're very active in your approach to using it, it's one of the most powerful technologies I've ever used. And I've been like using computers and started programming when I was like 6. Or actually not when I was, my dad bought this computer off of the Home Shopping Network. It was like, this tells you how old this was. It was like, I remember it now. It was like the computer was like a Sanyo MBC 550. This was the model, right? So I'm like, I don't know how, I'm like six years old or something. We get this computer and it has a green screen and it doesn't even have graphics. There's no graphics. And it's like, and so I think one of the first programs I ever used was a spreadsheet. So, so my experience with this computer was with this like green screen and like, what the hell do I know about a spreadsheet? But then when I'm younger, I started collecting baseball cards. I'm not even a huge baseball fan, but I would collect these cards and then sort the cards and value the cards and then put them in a database to see what track their value. This is obviously pre-internet. And then I'd print out the inventory on a dot matrix printer, with that paper that you tear off the sides and everything else. And It's like, all right, that was my intro to computers. But now this is something, completely different. I will tell you, I'm well, whatever. Let me see if I can get it to work. If I can get it to work, I'll show you and tell you about it. But it's one of those things where it absolutely can be additive. But are people taught to be proactive in their life? Are people taught you have to have, and I don't know how we don't have a societal mechanism for this, which is to cultivate people's curiosity and desire to determine what their purpose is. I don't know how to go about that. I mean, it takes a while to figure out your purpose and what, you know, and so forth. And if you don't have that, then again, I can see a lot of negatives. But, you know, my kids, you know, they're not supposed to use AI for school. And I'm looking at this, I'm like, what the hell are they going to do with the stuff that they're learning? Because the stuff that they're learning isn't the kind of stuff that's actually, I mean, it fits into that area where it's not fundamental enough that it's actually that helpful, and then not applying AI to it. The stuff that they are learning is stuff that, you know, is more of an AI thing. And teachers, so I don't know. I don't even know what the answer is on that either. So for even for my own kids, what would you recommend? Going to STEM? Going into a STEM program? I mean, seriously, what are you going to do? Yeah, sometimes purpose change. Purpose does change, but even the act of trying to find purpose and meaning, as which is an ongoing thing, certainly. But a lot of people aren't even doing that. There's just a lot of wandering at this point. And as Ben Gertzler says, you know, he cheers on the fact that millennials and younger people are like playing video games and smoking pot, because, you know, his view is, well, they're not going to have to work, so this is good training for what life is going to be like.
UBI, the world in UBI.
But he says this in a positive way, and this is what I think is problematic, because, and Musk has made a similar thing. So that movie Wall-E, where people are levitating around in a recliner chair, they're, you know, with their screens or whatever, that's a utopia. Like Musk would view that as a utopia. Gertzler would view that as a utopia. That is not a utopia. That is not finding your purpose, exercising your free will. And so again, we'll do this principles thing, but I'm hoping maybe we can get, I'm hearing some others might actually be interested in this idea as well. We might be able to expand this.
Well, I think there'd be a lot of people who would want involvement in that. I think that's an area where a lot of thinkers, right? The thinker mindsets, they would love to be involved in something like that, the first principles, right? I think that's very attractive to a certain group of people. And, you know, and a lot of other people can benefit from it because maybe it helps them find a purpose, you know? I mean, right? I mean, part of just sitting there and watching people try to establish first principles, you know, that might just, you know, it can spur serious thought. You know, I mean, you're digging deep, you know, when you're going into that, you're digging pretty deep into things.
Well, here's my part of my point on this. And I'm gonna pull up this quote as well. But I do believe that AI will improve productivity to the point where people will not have to work for survival. So I do think we're going to, and so that the crisis that we have is going to be a crisis of meaning, because a lot of people associate their meaning with there being a cog in our economic wheel. Well, if that goes away, then you are going to start, theoretically, I think you should, unless you're medicated and put into a position where, you know, you're not able to think because you're, you know, chemically being manipulated or blue light or whatever it happens to be. But people are going to be questioning their existence and their reality and the nature of man, because you are now going to have time to do that. And that is going, so I think that is going to be the area. That's not a bad thing, but it is a bad thing if you have a society that is completely, you know, addicted to dopamine and not even able to, I mean, as I said before, they have to shorten the SAT questions because people can't read or write. How does AI make real food? I mean, you know, look, the truth of the matter is Google, AI, robots, and farming. I mean, I know there are a lot of people that are like, oh, well, you know, if I become a blacksmith, then, you know, my job is secure. If I'm a plumber, wrong. Robots will be able to do those functions. And so this is a lot of the mindset is around survival and trying to figure out how you're going to be able to survive in this. But there in theory should be. This is why I say I don't have answers, but I do have a more optimistic view of what the technology could do if it wasn't controlled by technocrats. I guess let me say that. It's not genuinely optimistic, but there's so many people that are like, oh well. I've got to sew my own clothes, or not. I've got to. It's like, oh, the ideal is, I'm sewing my own clothes. I'm making my own food. I'm telling, I'm sorry. I don't think Little House on the Prairie or the Amish lifestyle. And I don't have anything against. I love that. I think the Amish are great in a lot of different ways, but I don't think that's the pinnacle of humanity. I don't think that shrieking into subsistence is the solution. I don't think that there are a lot of people like, well, people don't know how to do things anymore. Well, yeah, I mean, I think trade is a good thing. I think it's great that there are a whole bunch of things that you would never be able to do if you were completely focused. I mean, this goes back to Maslow's hierarchy of needs, which whether that's a great thing or not is a whole other conversation. But I mean, this whole idea that we're going to be much better off if we're more directly focused on actual survival and go back 200 years, I'm not sure I buy that.
Well, here are a couple things that I noticed. Like, my one daughter's a sophomore, my other daughter's in 8th grade, and I watch the schoolwork that they're doing, and it's really no different than what I did, however many years ago that was, I don't know, 35 years ago or something like that. The chemistry is the same, right? They start off, they learn the elements, they figure out where they are on the periodic table, and then they start figuring out how to use scientific notation, right? They're going through the exact same stuff we went through. So nothing's really changed so far. Now, here's what concerns me is that, when I watch the markets, it's a lot about trickery and it's a lot about, fear and greed, right? So, trick people into fear, trick people into greed. And the problem is that with universal basic income, I just don't think it can work because look at the streets of San Francisco. Or wherever, and there's a bunch of people running around, walking around on drugs and nobody's helping them. I know people in my life who have plenty of resources and assets that they could take a little time out of their life and help somebody, make their life better. I just don't think a lot of people think that way. And that's a sad thing. You have nurses, right, who help people get back to health. You have people who help, but you have people who are successful at business or something, and they could take someone under their wing and say, look, let's get you in a hotel. Let's get you cleaned up. Let me get you in with this friend. Let's get you a basic level job. And then if you do well at that, we'll move you up. Right. I mean, it's a process, right?
Yep.
Take someone, but that doesn't happen, Aaron. I mean, I don't see a lot of people doing that kind of stuff. It's like, you see people on the street with a sign and somebody will throw them $20 or whatever, but there's really never the time to stop to help someone, and help someone develop. So I really worry about that mentality, and again, a lot of these people are grifters. So you got to put it all in context, right? A lot of these people don't, they could work, but they choose not to. So that's another whole factor. But I think there's a legitimate number of people out there who could really use the help, and they're not really, offered the help from people who have the skill set. So back to AI, if you get this differentiation between the people who have and the people who don't have, I don't know if the people who are making great progress are going to stop like you do, right? You stop, take time out of your day, take 5 hours, do a show to teach people. There aren't a lot of people like that out there. I think that's what makes you so rare is that you see the bigger picture here that people, need to understand these things. I just don't see that being a common trait. And that's what concerns me is that universal basic income might work temporarily, but it will ultimately fail because fear and greed, right? Back to the thing, sun rises and a sun sets, sun rises, it heats the ground, the wind starts to move, the sun sets, the wind starts to settle down, the wind dies down, and we do it round and round and round every single day. And I just think, when you fear and greed every single day, right? There's greed and there's fear, and it drives this behavior. So I get very concerned that universal basic income can't survive. And I just see them saying, these are useless eaters, right? Who, wherever we've heard that, you've all know Harari, right? They're just useless eaters. And I bet, you could probably find Curtis Yarvin saying something to this similar. I don't know. I haven't listened enough.
Absolutely. 100%. He says some people are destined to be slaves. He thinks that he's actually made statements regarding like essentially that black people are genetically born to be slaves. He's made these statements. Some of the statements he's made are horrendous, but they're becoming more popular. And this is why what I said before is I mean this. I think we're dealing with the revenge of the nerd situation where people have a lot of unresolved stuff, and now they find themselves in a position where they have a lot of money and power, and they're getting revenge Revenge is not the right framework under which UBI and AI surveillance and social credit systems and digital money should be rolled out. This is why, I mean, I made the point. I don't know where the first principles thing is even going to go. I don't even know if I don't have an endpoint for it, other than that people should think about things in their own life from first principles. And by the way, I've even said before, first principles may change. I mean, you may learn some new thing about science. You may think something is right, but then it may be disproven. And when that's disproven, you should question other things and things that are related to that. First principles shouldn't change very often, but when there is information that suggests they should change, then you should take that very seriously and then consider the other effects. I don't know what the end goal of that is, but I do know that the people that are pushing technocracy have some pretty specific views. They're largely atheistic. Harari and Yarvin are atheists. And so if that is your disposition, that's what leads into this useless eater concept. Yarvin has been said that he thinks people are a problem to be solved, right? Like he literally does it. And it's because, and again, I don't look at him as an enemy. I view him as somebody that, he needs some help. He went through a situation where he didn't have a lot of close personal relationships. He was kicked around a lot. I mean, he was smarter than everyone else, but he was smaller and weaker. And this is from the research itself. I heard things from, ex-fiancés and other things about him personally. And again, I don't even want to talk about these things other than that the ideologies that they're proposing are now gaining mainstream adoption in the centers of power for this government. And I think that they're based on trauma and some emotional issues, candidly. So, but we had this conversation the other day. When I started thinking about the founders, I think what they did was brilliant. And as I said before, it's my favorite period in history, hands down. But you have to question, were they absolutely right on these things? Have we learned? Do we believe that nothing has changed, that there's been no new information, that the principles that they laid out were completely timeless? I don't know. I don't know that for sure. One of the areas that we talked about is, is man evil by nature? Because that seemed to be a function of the belief. We talk about fear and greed. Well, there's also love. How much of what we have is innate versus conditioned throughout the years and throughout generations? I mean, knowing how imprintable you are from 0 to 7 and everything else, is there anything necessarily inherent about man related to these dimensions? Or is it now we're at a point where, well, people have figured out they can manipulate us using fear and greed, but that if you, take control of your consciousness and your free will, you can kind of move beyond that? Is there a fundamental nature? The answer to that question is important, depending upon, it's going to affect how you do the judicial system. We have the highest incarceration rate in the world. I think this is largely a function of an outlook that views, man as evil. There's more to it than that, but is the way that we approach that correct? Is the constant? What do you deal with? There are so many things that AI is going to test, and again, I don't have the answers for them, but there are questions that are coming up that I don't know that the Constitution can address. There are some fundamental things here that just need to be discussed. And they're not being discussed because, to be clear, the people that are pushing technocracy already have an ideology. They already have a solution. They've been building it, and they're in the late stages of implementing it.
Yeah.
So we need to have that conversation now. And again, you're right. I don't know how many people want to have this conversation. I started having this conversation and people didn't want to participate in it. A lot of people still believe in the political process, which is why we're going to do a much more exhaustive job, Eileen and I, in walking through our kind of our political experience. But I'm going to lay out what it is that you have to believe is necessary to fix the political situation, and then do an analysis from probabilities and cost. And at the end of that exercise, if you spend the time to listen to it, you'll realize the allocation of your time towards the political realm, especially in the federal realm, is it's negative. Every bit of energy spent in that regard is actually wasted because it's time that could be spent on parallel systems or anything else. It is a losing game based on the structure of how it works at this point. But, there are a lot of things that people talk about, when you look at the founding of the country. I was thinking about this today. Well, to vote, you had to be a white male 21-year-old property owner or pay taxes. Well, people would say that that's a bad idea today. But, I think there's something that you should have you should have skin in the game.
In the game, yeah.
The idea, I can't even imagine, and again, I don't want to say that I'm taking the Yarvin position, but I can't imagine running a company where every employee has one vote. You'd be out of business in 90 days. Hands down, absolutely would be the case. It's just, it is. And so, but people don't want to talk about that. So what are we going to do? Do we like the Constitution, but we don't like, fundamentally, having skin in the game and having some level of education was a prerequisite for voting. Not necessarily in a documented, you had to have a degree, but people that voted had some inherent level of knowledge. We're disconnected from that. We have the majority of voters now are low to no information, and now over half of the population is receiving benefits. You're not going to win. You're not going to fix a situation where that is the inherent structure of the game. So there's no amount of wishful thinking that changes that. There's no, what are we going to change so let me get your first step is you got to change the educational system first. Let's have a conversation about teachers unions. The plan, so people will come up with these things saying, well, yeah, if we fix this and this, okay, 2030 is coming. We have technocrats. We're dealing with an 18-month window. If everything that you said is true, then in 150 years, we might be able to gain traction on what you're doing. We're dealing with actual time and a competitive environment here where we have technocrats on the one hand, and we have people that think that they can work within the system on the other. Communicating this is very hard, and it's not, I can't say that I don't necessarily expect to convince a lot of people, but what I've seen is people that are getting into politics are just, they're on a track. I can tell, okay, this is where they're going to be here, and this is where they're going to be by year 5. I mean, those memes of like a Ron Paul supporter, and it's like, it shows some clean cut guy, me on, day one on Rand Paul. And then, 10 years later, the guy's wearing camouflage and he's got face paint and he's got, whatever, he's in a tank or whatever. There's a certain degree there's some truth to that. Because, the system will chew you out, and the people that get into it aren't even strategic enough to know what game they're playing. So I don't want to spend a lot of time on that topic, but I do want to go through it and do it well and document it. And so that I can just say, hey, look, go watch this. And you can if you disagree with me, then lay out your argument. But if you can't find fault in the argument, then consider, perhaps spending your time elsewhere if you're actually interested in improving the human condition. So I don't know. It's a bit of a rant, but it's I don't know. I don't know what we're going to do. I think we have so much less time on the one hand, but then I do see a future that could be significantly better. So I don't like to go into this. It's going to be subsistence. Like we're either going to have to all, be, off the grid, and here's our intentional community where I've got to tell you, I'm not in on that. I'm not in on like a whole variety of things. And I do believe to a certain degree, where you place your attention, if you think about bad things, if you focus on survival, you're going to find yourself in a position where you will need those skills, right? If you ran a business and you were an entrepreneur and your entire disposition was about cost cutting, and a negative situation, no one would ever build anything. And so but it's hard to paint the positive picture there. So this is why I say when I talk about tokenization, we can create new models for voluntary exchange, new models for organization that aren't tied to the existing system, but it's hard to explain how it works and to kind of get that out there. And it requires a big shift in thinking. The thing is, my wife will hopefully be on Thursday, but we're working on a global healthcare marketplace for medical tourism. And I've mentioned this before, but this is just one example when I do the own nothing thing and we go through the contracts, whether it's the package inserts or HIPAA or any aspect of healthcare, the contracts are completely lopsided. There isn't a single healthcare contract that is even intended to be fair to the consumer. The entire thing is this paternalistic relationship where you're a patient, you're somehow on a lower level than the healthcare professional. It's like, no, I'm an individual. I have health, but whatever solution works. Why are any of these people in the middle between me and me taking control of my own health? But when you break it down, I think helping people to get out of the system entirely, to stop having to use the medical system, is going to be an important point. And when you look at medical tourism, and it doesn't work for everything, but most of the healthcare costs that we have are for kind of chronic healthcare conditions. So these aren't conditions that necessarily have an acute, ambulance type of situation. I think 80% or more of the healthcare costs in this country are chronic conditions, for which our health insurance system has zero benefit to offer. And so it doesn't solve the emergency care need, which is a small percentage of the overall thing. But when you could start pricing out, and there are medical tourism things all over the world for all kinds of procedures. I mean, I'm not talking about just cosmetic surgery. I'm talking about heart transplants. I'm talking about, you name it, dentistry, whatever it happens to be. Just creating a global marketplace where you can build a reputation management system and where people can engage in healthcare without any insurance, without any Medicare, Medicaid, state licensing boards, doctors, the whole Rockefeller cartel medical school system. To be able to do that is just one example of what should be built. And that's just one part of healthcare. That's not even the preventative part. You actually then get people to start buying food from farmers instead of going to grocery store. I mean, again, there's so many different things, but they require a reset of thinking. And most people don't even think that, there's something outside of insurance. It's just like, my only choices are, do I have a high deductible health plan, or do I have this kind of health plan, or do I have Medicare, and the doctors that I can choose from are determined, based on my plan. And now at this point, chances are I have to go to a hospital, because doctors now have to affiliate with hospitals to be able to even work within the system. And that's what people think the universe of choice is. But the universe of choice is, once you say, I'm in control of my own health, these other people, maybe I use them, maybe I don't, but it's my decision. Medical freedom is me saying, I'm in control of my own health. And one of the things that you can do is not use any of that system. And that's a decision that you can make in an instant. It doesn't need to be passed to do this. You're not going to comply your way out of the technocracy, but you're also not going to comply your way into good health. So that's one thing that we're gonna build for sure. And I think once people see what's possible and see other customers and people that have like, it was cheaper to did a root canal in Thailand than it was in California using my insurance. Once you get the library of testimonials, that's another thing you don't have. You ever notice there's almost no testimonials in the healthcare system? Doctors, I went to a conference once. It was the World Healthcare Conference, because my second company was in the healthcare space. And some doctor got on there, and his whole talk was on why we shouldn't have rating systems for doctors, because the patients are too stupid to be able to evaluate. So in other words, if I'm a doctor and I'm doing some really complex surgery that not very many people can do, I might not have a good success rate. So he's worried that the patient's too stupid, and therefore he shouldn't be evaluated on a website. I'm not even kidding. This guy was a keynote speaker at the World Health Conference in like 2005, 2006. I mean, the arrogance of these people. But this is so imagine you got rid of all of that. It's like, yeah, okay, this is a marketplace. I'm a consumer. You're selling a service. It's there's the customer is always right. In an actual free market where you have voluntary exchange, you wouldn't have these layers of protection and malpractice insurance and this whole paternal. It completely changes the outlook. And once you say, I'm not a patient, I'm an individual, this is my health, then you're not going to go back to these systems, or you're not going to certainly never assume that what your doctor says is right or accurate. You have to learn it yourself. It's not to say you have to go and get with the equivalent of a medical degree, because that's a level of indoctrination on bad information that, you know, probably isn't worth your time. But you do have to be proactive and learn about the things that affect you in your life. And I will say it's gotten out of control now. I mean, it was with my daughter, and we're looking, she needed shampoo. And I'm like, she's like, oh yeah, she actually did see on this brand had a carcinogenic in it. And she's like, well, maybe I should get this one. I'm like, well, we should go home and look at this. Right. But the amount of time and effort you have to spend just to buy basic products. Now, I mean, I noticed, I think you and I have the same water bottle, maybe, or a very similar water bottle.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. So got to use glass bottle, because you don't want to be using plastic. It has to be BP, you know. So now I'm like having to, no, but you have to do that. You have to actually start taking that level of consideration, and you have to accept the fact that it's conceivable that almost all the health information you've been given is bad. I don't know if this thing with Tylenol turns out to be true or not. I know Toby Rogers has done the best work of anyone I've ever seen on autism, and he's linked vaccines and other environmental adjutants to it. And he's analyzed every single study that's ever been done on this topic. And everybody was like, oh yeah, you're nuts. And he wasn't nuts. Right. And so we live in a situation where people are like, oh, we went from 1 in 10,000 to 1 in 30, and nobody's going to question why. Oh, it couldn't possibly be this thing that we started injecting people with. We couldn't even question that. So at some point you have to be willing to say, don't try, you know, again, this shouldn't be the case. And this goes to your other point about why people aren't helping homeless people in San Francisco. Like we've outsourced our morality to the state. So in other words, if we're paying this much in taxes, which is true to a certain degree, how is somebody actually even homeless in San Francisco? Right? I mean, I guess there's a certain level to which they're not even sure how to navigate the benefit system, right? I mean, that is actually the level that we're at this point, because the resources are there. They're in a state of diminished capacity where they don't even know how to access the benefits, or maybe there's something else going on, but we don't even think about it, because like, well, we paid our taxes for this. And that's taken away not only have people become dependent upon the state, but people have outsourced their basic, I don't know, empathy, whatever, sense of care. They like somehow they've outsourced caring at a human level to government. Horrible idea, by the way. But you're right, it's happened. But there are other places where people are where people do help out. And obviously this country was built on charity, and for a long time that actually worked.
Yeah, well, and it's as costs rise, so you look at inflation goes up. We saw a big spike in inflation in 2020. Okay. And when that happens, it starts to compound on itself. So then I think that brings in fear. People are like, wow, this is getting expensive. And then they say, okay, well, I don't have time to deal with that. Maybe they throw $5 or $10 or something to to a cause, whatever, with all this crowdsourcing and crowdfunding and everything else. And then, then it's if I could find a way out of this, you know what I mean? The stress and strain that I'm under, so again, it goes back to the, and yet you see, and again, I don't mean to take away from if Larry Ellison earned his whatever $500 billion on his own without government support, without being selected, and without being sponsored by the CIA, then that's fine, right? If Elon Musk earned it all by not being sponsored by the CIA and having family that was technocrats, then so be it. Earn what you can. The problem is I don't think that's the way that works. I think that people are being stolen from, and they're not being nurtured, right? Like you're saying, what you're trying to do is nurture someone's healthcare. And you're saying, okay, how do we actually take someone who's been so indoctrinated by this healthcare system and say, you need to step out, or here's a way you can step outside of this, right? Let me show you a way you can step outside of it. Don't be afraid, because as soon as they give up, right, they have this comfort feeling, they want to clinch to this insurance, right? Because they see somebody who gets cancer or heart disease or some disease that they, and all of a sudden they're on the system, right? It's $100,000 a year in in treatments and, medications and all this stuff, right? And they're like, boy, I don't want to be in that guy's spot, so I better stay on this healthcare system, right? So they have to be willing to let go and try something that's actually proactive. And look, someone's going to die, right? I mean, it's someone's going to have a bad result, but the vast majority of people are going to be better off. That's the difference, right? People can't assume, they don't. Again, this goes back to the fear, the greed, the love, those different components that are there, and faith, that like, look, I'll be where I'm when I die, I will die. You know what I mean? And that's that. And you sort of have to kind of be okay with that, to go out and actually live and try a new healthcare system and try to learn how to use AI and try to learn how to do this and that. And, the problem is the system wants to rip you off. The drug system wants to take all the money. You know what I mean? And so what? Now the whole thing starts to break down. There's the greed, right? And then what do? They sell fear. So, people are afraid to step out, and there will be people that get caught on the train tracks. There will be bad events. So you can either focus on that, or you can take the statistics and you can say, look, yes, there are going to be bad consequences, but the vast majority of people are better off because of this other system that doesn't lean on fear, doesn't lean on greed, right? It's just people trying to, nurture each other along the pathway. Hey, I tried this and it really worked for me. Oh, okay, I'll try it. Didn't work for me. So they try something different. Hey, this worked for me, and pretty soon you learn, again, patterns and things like that. And you're like, okay, this seems to work for the general population. Then you start getting into things like, well, this blood type, it doesn't work for it. This hair color, this eyeball color, it doesn't work for them. Right. I mean, we're not even close to that, Aaron. We're so far down a bad path that we're just being driven down a path that has no positive outcome, right? There is no positive outcome.
There's no positive outcome, and there's no feedback loop. The system that we have, it's because there's no feedback loop, and because the standards are set by government, which is captured, we've essentially at best stagnated for decades. I would argue at worst, we've been pushing knowingly bad things onto people to keep them sick for an extended period of time, to loot them. In fact, studying the topic, this is why I hope to do this healthcare thing, because just because it's what they're doing. I have a real issue with. That's why I did the thing last time on the Sara and Jasara. These are people that are knowingly. Not everybody involved. They actually designed the system in a way where a lot of the people think they're doing the right thing, and because of certification and everything else, I don't know many evil nurses. Most people that get into nursing genuinely want to help people. That has been my experience, and they believe, well, I got my training and I went through this, and it's a reasonable set of assumptions, right? It is unreasonable to think that everybody's been lying and this whole thing's been a ripoff. It takes a while to get to that kind of bar. So I don't blame those people, but the people at the top know what they're doing. And that's the problem. These people that are ripping off the quantum financial system people and doing romance scams with women and and manipulating people using white knights and everything else, and making millions of dollars doing it, selling subscriptions. Those people need to be outed. Those people need to be, and then when you go to their websites and you see that all the comments are like positive comments and everything else, even though it's been years and these people have ripped people off, and they get people into the dopamine loop where it's like part of the story is, well, I said it was going to happen last week, but this drama happened. And so now, Trump was blocked by the Galactic Federation. And so now this can't happen, or, whatever. And so that becomes part of the, oh, well, I'm bought into all this. I bought into the whole thing. I know the debt jubilee is coming. I hate that stuff, because it's malicious. Those are bad actors, and the whole healthcare system in this country works like that at the top. I mean, I know you're in Ohio, Cleveland Clinic, that whole whatever. That's that whole complex, and I dealt with it. I lived next to Mass General Hospital when I was in Boston, and that was such a huge. And I interacted with a lot of those people. Was talking to them as potential clients for my company, and I learned a lot about the decision-making process. Once you learn about how hospitals work and then how they even make decisions, wow. I mean, it's just eye-opening. No one would believe you if you told them that this is how this medical system works. And I'm going to try to demystify some of that, but none of it matters. Like the point of it is, the most important point is, if anything we can do to get people to realize, one, you do have value and you do have free will, because a lot of people have been kicked down to the point where they don't, they have a low sense of worth, and then they have a low sense of agency. And that is not true for anyone. But you have to understand that the people that we're dealing with, they don't actually value human life, that are pushing these technocratic ideas. You're right, useless eaters and so forth. I mean, this is an actual thing. There's no value of human life. And that's, so people should be aware of that. Hey, if you still want to make the decision that, hey, this sounds great, I look forward to signing up for, the UBI and WorldCoin, that thing that Sam Altman pushed and everything else, but you should at least have some level of informed consent. But I think, but in an instant, if you just say, look, I am responsible for my own health, I am responsible for my own decisions, my own thoughts, my own actions, my own emotions. If you take that power back, it will change your outlook on everything, because then every decision that you're making throughout the day, you're not a victim, and you're not outsourcing to someone else, someone who's trying to fleece you, right? And then it's very empowering. But then with that power becomes responsibility. Then you are responsible for figuring out what, water bottle. Life is not easy when we've been bombarded with propaganda, bad information, poor policy, misallocation of resources. I mean, there's a lot of damage we've got to unwind, right? I mean, we're starting out with, our food supply has been poisoned, and our medical system has been trying to drain us of all of our financial resources. That's where we all start out of the gate. Once you wake up, you still have to fix the damage that's been incurred by that over decades, right? I still have to deal with stuff from poor diet from when I was a kid, that, I've had weight issues. I'm in completely keto now, but it's still a struggle to deal with, the after effects of the poor eating habits when you're younger. You still have to, you still have to deal with that. But it is even though you might not have been responsible for getting in the situation, it is your responsibility, once you realize you're in control of your own health, to, not make any excuses, but also not take any shit. I guess I would say, my new tagline is, don't ask for permission or forgiveness. That is the state that we are in. All of the institutions are absolutely collapsing. Political, economic, just society in general.
Judicial,
but
legal,
all of it. And so we, again, don't comply with it, but we do. Ultimately, it does come back to, there's a lack of morality. There's a lack of sense of right and wrong. This is what outsourcing everything to these institutions have done. It's desensitized us to what I think we do inherently have a sense of right and wrong. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe that's a conversation that we have from first principles. But I think we've numbed ourselves from our ability to detect right and wrong. Anyway, we'll save these kinds of things for various principles. Oh, here we go. Don's here. Let's see if we can get Don's audio working. That's hey, Don, how are you? These kinds of things for various principles. Oh, here we go. Don's here. Let's see if we can get Don's audio working.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Hey, Don, how are you?
Yeah, good. Yeah, very interesting show tonight.
We've got an echo.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, but we've got an echo. I'm hearing me through your speaker.
Show tonight.
We've got an echo.
Yeah, can you hear me? There's a 30-second
echo.
30-second delay.
We've got an echo.
Why is there a 30-second delay? 30-second delay. Wait, I'll turn that off.
Oh, that sounds better.
I'll turn YouTube off. Is that better?
Oh, now we lost you, Aaron.
Oh, you lost me because I muted myself.
Okay, that's easy. Now, do we have Don, or is he still on a 30-second delay?
Jesus.
I think we got Don. How are you?
Mute mic, unmute mic. Holy macaroni. Technology, I love it. I got rid of the echo. I turned off YouTube, but can you hear anything I'm saying?
I can hear you. Yeah.
Yeah,
No?
we can hear you.
Son of a gun.
Well, we can hear you. I don't know if you can hear us. I guess it. Unfortunately, we had a good. He was on once and it worked, and then we've had this similar issue. He's got to get a pair of headphones or something.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll send him some headphones. He's a good guy. Oh, there he
Yeah.
is. He's popping back in.
I've got a spare set or two I can send him.
Yeah, me too. I guess he's having some issues. Oh, there he is again. Let's see what we got. All right, there we go. Are you there? Can you hear us? Don, can you hear us? Testing. Oh. I guess we've got some issues there. Anyway, where were we? Hopefully Don will sort out and pop in. What were we talking about before?
Well, one of the things, as you were talking about that, when you were talking about that, I think, inherently good and evil. And, this technocracy, the thing that runs through my mind a lot is, we know that it goes back into the 1930s. And then we see the sovereign wealth fund, right, come along and, kind of circling back to that. We see it come along after World War II, when the United Nations is forming, British monarchs still, not totally, the wealth and power transfer hasn't totally been completed to the U.S. The Marshall Plan, as far as I'm concerned, is what really changed, put the U.S. as the financial system, because we just, we help watch and help destroy Europe, and then someone's got to pay to rebuild it. So we pay to rebuild it. And that puts, New York as, a financial capital. I mean, generally speaking, right? You kind of in agreement with that?
Is it the financial capital now, or just timeline wise? It was. Yeah, I think that's right.
Yeah, coming out of World War II. So it was a big wealth and power transfer.
Yep.
And then we see the sovereign wealth funds come along, and they're just kind of sitting there dormant, and it makes, they make great sense, right? You make oil profits, and then see if
now it says my mic is working.
Okay. Can you hear us now?
Can you hear us?
It's just not going to you. It shows it's working.
We can hear you.
We can hear you. Can you hear us?
You're in the show. Everyone can see and hear you. Not.
We can hear you, Don. We can hear you.
We can hear you, Don. I just don't know if you don't need you need some earphones on so you can hear us.
Yeah. I think you need a headset.
Leave studio. Well.
We hear you. We hear you. I think you need to get some get some headphones. I think if you get headphones, it'll solve your problem. We'll be good.
Looks like a look of frustration right there.
Yeah, but it's like 3 or 4 times now he's tried, and he's a bright guy. He actually has usually a lot of interesting things to say. So it's unfortunate. I'll chat with him offline, see if we can get him a headset. So.
Well, so this is where I was going with that, bringing it back to the sovereign wealth funds a little bit, and bringing it back to the technocracy and pushing it through time. And, and we say, and we don't know, right? You can't be sure. Well, I'm pretty sure, but I think generally speaking, we can't be sure. A lot of people can't be sure that Peter Thiel is, out to wipe out humanity, or Elon Musk is out to wipe out humanity or control humanity. Like, those are the things, it's like you were kind of saying at the beginning, where we don't really know for sure, that, like you said, they were just, kids, nerds, right? That, now they're taking their revenge of the nerds, maybe something like that. I just see it a little bit, I see it a little harsher than that, in the sense that this has been an evolution. And I think a lot of these people get chosen. Like Peter Thiel, I think he's been selected by someone. I think Larry Ellison's been selected by someone. I think, and a lot of times it comes back to, again, fear and greed, finance, right? Who has the money, right? They want the money, right? How do they find, just like Peter Thiel somehow selected JD Vance, right, at Yale.
Yep.
There's a selection process. I don't know how it works. Again, you talk about things that you're involved in, and what is it called? Chatham House rules or something like that, where essentially things are known, but they're not talked about. Same thing with this. I think these things are known, but not talked about. We know the bribery, the blackmail, if everybody's in and everybody's dirty, then nobody talks, It seemed crazy because you can't believe that this thing can go on and on and on. But I, again, I always refer back to 9/11. There's nothing about that day. If you understand chemistry and physics, and, there's nothing about that day that makes any sense. And yet, what, 90-80% of people, I don't know, what percent do you think actually buy the 9/11? That was a Paris and so forth, but anybody who studied it and thinks through it can't think that that's the case. And so, again, back to the technocracy. The evil behind this, the selection process, right? This ongoing thing that transfers from generation to generation to generation. And this is really what we're up against, Aaron. This is why we don't get good healthcare. This is why we don't get a good judicial system. This is why we don't have a good political system, right? This is why the chat boards, because the social media platforms are really not a bad idea. You know what I mean? People get together, share ideas, but they get hijacked, right? They get hijacked by the bots. They get hijacked by the propaganda, right? They get hijacked by evil, people wanting to somehow capitalize and influence people's mindsets. So people sharing, I think people want to share. People want to go on these social media platforms and share ideas and share thoughts, right? And try to make their neighbor, help their neighbor do better. And I see it all the time in these chats, the live chat. Someone has a question and another person in the chat cannot wait to try to help them out. You know what I mean? They can't wait to offer a piece of advice. Now, it's not always effective, because next thing you know, they start trying to offer each other advice and they end up in an argument and a fight. But, so it's not, we don't have a perfect process with this. But you see what I mean? Like, again, this technocracy is at the heart, in my mind, of, it's not just technocracy, right? But the underlying greed and fear that goes with the technocracy. Maybe it is partially Revenge of the Nerds. Maybe it is partially this, selection of a Curtis Yarvin, selection of a Yuval Noah Harari, right? Selection of these people were supposed to be mind and thought leaders, but really they're just, I don't know, what, maybe losers, right? In a sense, and yet somehow they get propped up. A lot of these things I don't understand, but I don't think this is an innocent series of events that led from the 1930s to the 2025, and we just happen to end up here. You know what I mean? With Larry Ellison worth 500 million, running Oracle, getting access to TikTok, tying in with Masayoshi Son, tying in with the private equity groups, tying in with the sovereign wealth funds, tying in with all this stuff. To me, there's a bigger plan in place, and I know a lot of people don't agree with this, but I come from a financial perspective, and I watch bankers exert will. And the amount of will that Wall Street can exert, is pretty impressive. When they get something to sell, they will sell it. You know what I mean? Because why? They're incentivized to. And they just do it. They just sell and sell and sell. They'll sell a concept, whether it's good or, well, it's hardly ever good, but they'll sell it they'll sell it bad or good. They don't care. Again, morals down the drain. So I don't know. I look at it. That's kind of my take on this. And with the sovereign wealth funds, the concept isn't bad, but like you said, majority of them end up being monarchies and controlled by a few. And it requires the king, right, being benevolent to all the people that should benefit from this. But then we see 1MBD and all the theft. So people aren't guarding it closely, right? You can't let the fox guard the hen house, right? Someone else has to be responsible. And that's what happens with all these things. It either gets stolen and nobody, I think one guy went to jail for that 1MBD, right? One guy takes the fall for that, if I'm not mistaken. And that is not justice. That is not justice at all, because it's probably the lowest guy. He's the fall guy. He's the patsy, and he takes the fall. And all the people who really ran off with all the money and the power and there's no justice, So, how to solve this? I don't know. Maybe this goes in the first principles again. How do you solve this? How do you actually get a government or something, right, to punish, or how do we create an alternative system where that just doesn't exist? I mean, it will come up again. This just comes around and around and around again, right? If you created Zano and it became a super strong platform for the next 4 or 5 decades, sooner or later, someone would infiltrate it and someone would tear it to shreds, right? That's just the way things work. But if you get the process down and you're like, okay, well, that happened, we just rebuild it. You know what I mean? And you just keep rebuilding. That's really the process. You just have to keep rebuilding things, I think, and get very, very good at it. Problem is, if this AI creates this differentiation between, the haves and the have-nots, it's going to get so wide that you can never cross that gap. It could take 1,000 years before somebody figures out how to cross that gap. It's going to take quite the underground community to hide from all these satellites that Starlink has in the sky, and that's what concerns me, is that there is no place to hide anymore, right? There's no place to contrive up a way to defeat the system. If we lose it in the next 18 months to 5 years, right, 2030, there's a good chance that it's a gap that can't be crossed.
Yeah, I mean, if I hope we still have time. I mean, this is one of these things where for me, I went down this path, dropped everything I was doing 3 years ago, and this is one of those things where usually when you start off talking about this, you expect, oh, you're early. It's like, oh, you're saying the sky is falling, and it's actually worse than they thought. There's not, every time I dig into this more, it gets worse. And then you find out that this has been going on for a longer period of time. It's like there are a lot of people that just woke up during COVID and think that the healthcare issue is something that was a one-off that kind of just emerged related to COVID, and that there are a few bad actors, and if you get rid of them, you fix the problem. And then you realize, wait, this is systemically built into the entire public health apparatus for as long as anyone's been alive. And so it's, I don't know how much time we have. I certainly don't feel like we're moving fast enough. I'm gonna start putting this show in some segments. I want to try to figure out how to put together metrics, because with what we've been talking about, I think this idea, I truly do believe the 1-2 punch is crisis. Well, not even a 1-2 punch, but crisis leading to surveillance and monarchy that leads to technocracy. I think that is actually the plan. And I think that this is a plan. This is not a new plan. I think this has been kind of a long time coming. And it's even hard to keep up with the news, though. I mean, when you look at Israel getting booted by Microsoft, Musk given access to, work with green light to work with every federal government department in the US, like every day, the technocracy is accelerating. And we don't have enough people exiting and building alternatives at nearly a fast enough rate. And I'm not sure how to get the urgency. Part of it is, I think, just building some of these things. This is why I'm excited about AI, because if I could actually just like kickstart a bunch of companies, if I can just incubate a whole bunch of companies and then hand them off to people, that might actually be a faster way to do it. Like, I don't want to run them, I don't want to own them, but I do know how to get the things set up. And with the way the productivity gains are going with what I'm doing every day, then that might just be a way to go. It's like, here's a business, and Don does ask, hey, Aaron, why don't you ask AI how to break up and redistribute the power from thieves to individuals? Well, I mean, I certainly can ask AI that. I mean, but the challenge is that you can get a lot of theories. It's much more difficult to actually do. And the problem is, the higher you go up, again, when you going back to the sovereign wealth fund thing, I mean, these might be the only larger crooks than Congress. But the higher up you go, the bigger the financial fraud, but then the more legal protection they have. We essentially have a system that's structured like that. So how are you going to do that? How are you going to defeat a sovereign wealth fund? What's the plan to defeat a sovereign wealth fund? I don't think sovereign wealth funds are good ideas from the standpoint it's taking the citizens' resources and managing them on their behalf. I can't imagine a structure where a centralized version is better than an individual managing their own assets, even if they make wrong decisions. Because again, if you think free will is primary, then it doesn't matter if the AI is 1,000 times better than the individual. The individual should still have the choice. But I don't know. I think, I don't know. I get the sense that something big is going to happen soon. And by the way, I caught part of your show this morning. I had it on as I was working and getting ready for this, but I have missed what happened today. I mean, for all I know, we may be at war with Russia or something. I've missed out on all the propaganda for the day. I did catch something that Trump is proposing 100% tariffs on movies that are made outside of the U.S. Didn't we just launch a bunch of tariffs? Didn't he launch a bunch of tariffs last week too?
Yeah, they don't stop. I mean, they're some on pharma, right? So some of it went on big pharma, and it's and the clause is you can get outside of the 100% tariff if all you have to do is show signs of either taking over a plant in the U.S. and residing in it, or starting to build a plant or something, right? I don't know exactly what it is, but it's pretty easy bar to meet. That was one of them on pharma. So again, trying to bring pharmaceuticals back to the U.S. Again, who knows? You could say that's good, that's bad. I mean, but ultimately it's supposed to mean jobs, right? Historically speaking, that would mean jobs back to the U.S., more opportunity for jobs. But in this technocracy, I don't think that's the case, Aaron. I think it just means, for instance, today, Lufthansa announced 4,000 administrative jobs being cut, front-loaded, pretty heavy, and then by 2029 to 2030, 4,000 jobs gone, all administrative level. This is ticketing, this is services, this is all that kind of stuff. It's all going to, the AI, right? It's all going, not AI, it's all going to the, right, the technocracy. Let's just leave it at that, right? The technocratic displacement of human beings with technology. And, and realistically, the one way or the other, the government is affiliated with that across Europe, right? It's going to affect Belgium. It's going to affect Germany. It's going to affect a lot of different parts of Europe. That's 4,000 jobs, that are gone. So I don't know if you happen to catch it today when I was talking about this week's jobs week, right? So, we get ADP, we get advanced data process, or I think that's what it is, ADP, the processor, check processor accounting. They put out a private report on the jobs, and then we get JOLTS, job opening loss data, and we get unemployment claims on Thursday, and then we get the non-farm payroll on Friday. And, I was trying to make the claim that, we're so used to saying we need 50 to 100 to 200 to 300,000 jobs per month being added, but I'm not even sure that that's the case anymore. We may have crossed the Rubicon, Aaron, where that just isn't the same. The metric's different. Like we might start seeing minus 50,000 jobs a month, and that will be good. Like that will become a good read, that we're only losing 50,000 jobs a month. This goes right into that universal basic income. So there's a lot of things, right, that are going to start to play out that I think are changing. And I don't think you can get the cats back in the bag. I think it's on a trajectory, and I just don't think you can get them back. I don't think you can get the cats back in the bag.
No, I mean, I don't think you can either. But again, I'm trying to look at it a whole variety of different ways, because on the one hand, I can see, and this is the challenge, if you embrace AI, there are tons of things that you can create. But if you don't, I mean, I guess this is, all technologies are like this. I remember when the World Wide Web started to become popular, and people were saying people are going to lose their jobs. This is going to displace everything. And of course, it created more jobs than it displaced. So there's a question about, so a lot of this comes down to, what is unique about humans. But I posted this quote in here because I think it's interesting. I'm a warrior so that my son may be a merchant, so that his son may be a poet. I mean, it's John Quincy, but I think that's an interesting point about, is the goal here so are we attached to survival and and being a cog in an economic wheel. But if that's based on a perception of scarcity, which there is scarcity and yet there isn't, right? I mean, there's kind of a, if you actually could harvest energy properly through some of these different mechanisms, then the scarcity is a mindset. So if you have an abundant mindset, then you can build things. If you have a scarcity mindset, you're not going to build things. It is actually an outlook. There are limitations on resources to a certain degree, but then, as science evolves, then, and our ability to harness energy, if you take the assumption that all that we know now, or that we think we know, or that all that an individual knows, this is usually why communism doesn't work, because it's a group of elites that think they know everything and don't know anything, but they particularly don't know things that are innovation, because innovation happens outside of these structured systems. And so I tend to think that, there's much more unknown out there that can be realized. But if you don't take that attitude and you're like, well, this is the most of this there's ever going to be. Well, no, people could explain. If anybody that's ever, who is that guy that ran the patent office? There's something that said, everything that's ever invented has been thought of already, or something like that. There was some guy from the patent office. There've been a whole variety of, there's nothing more to learn, all this other stuff. We know almost nothing if you really think about it. We actually don't have much of a clue of what's going on. And if you, for some people that's scary, but if you embrace that, that means there's a lot of opportunity out there. But I do think the productivity gains are going to be fast, and they're actually going to be faster. And I'm saying it just from my own direct experience using this stuff. I know that the ability to, again, I think it's a 100x multiplier right now, and I think it's growing. So what's a 100x multiplier now is going to be a 1000x multiplier. When I look at these models, somebody had a meme where it's like, all right, Google announced that they have the fastest model, and then, it's one of those circle diagrams, and then, Grok does, and then Claude does, and then, the other one does. And it's just, but the rate at which this stuff is accelerating just with music alone. And then now that these AIs are interconnected. So again, it could be a bad thing, but it also could be viewed as being a good thing. I mean, is somebody doing administration for Lufthansa, is that person's primary reason for existing? I mean, they believe that they have to do it to survive, but is that the essence of their expression of their purpose on here on Earth?
Well, we hope not, but you also find a lot of people who get in their role, they, do their 25, 30 years at a job, and then they retire, and then they don't know what to do with themselves, and then they die shortly thereafter. So they place their identity in that job when they really shouldn't, but it happens because that's what makes you excel at that job, right? You get in there, you're a worker, you solve problems, you're fixing this, that, whatever. So, you do develop an identity there. Once that goes away, because, you've now, it's almost like people who go to jail, right? They get out of jail, and what do? They end up back in jail because they don't know any other way, right? So again, it's these patterns that get created, and we're responsible for them, but it goes back to what you were saying. There's a nature and a nurture. And I think that part of it is we're a product of what's around us. And again, I believe that comes down to faith. I mean, like me meeting you, right? And all the people that are listening tonight meeting you, right? I think it's a blessing because, you challenge things, you take time to, I mean, I would call this the longest form interviews. These are the longest form I've ever seen. That's because you want to flesh it out, right? And again, we keep trying to circle back to the sovereign wealth fund. We keep trying to come back because you care, and so the key is, and then what do you try to get on an alternative system? And then you're saying, hey, look, this doesn't have to mean it's bad, but there's a gap between, the guy who's the administrative, or the girl who's the administrative person at Lufthansa, and the person who says, yeah, let me get in this AI and let me figure out how to become more productive, right? There's a gap between those two things. And how do you get someone to get on that train, right? Okay, let's get on the productivity train. And this is a tool you can use to, because again, if more good people get on this, I would assume that we win. You know what I mean? If maybe not, but you got to have more than, I think you got to have a certain, a certain amount of, what's the right word I'm looking for? you know, boy, the word's escaping me, but the you have to have a certain number of people, right? Otherwise, one person
critical
can't do it.
mass.
A critical mass, yeah. One person can't do it. 10 people can't do it. It doesn't mean everyone. Like, when wars get won, it's what, 10 to 15% of the population, right, that wins the war, right? So again, but the problem is, like you're saying, I mean, what are we at? Maybe 0.5% that understand what technocracy is, or can at least, if you introduce a concept to them, they would say, oh yeah, okay, that's what you call it. All right, I'm thinking I have a different word for it, but I see that going on. You know what I mean? There's a number of people who aren't oblivious to what's going on. They're well aware of what they see things they don't like. They may not call it the same thing, but when you have a conversation, there's a lot of agreement, between I see that, I see that, I see that. There's a lot of thinking people out there, the problem is we're not united, we're not focusing on an alternative system. Everybody's trying to save the existing system, and I think that's what separates you from a lot of people is you're saying, look, this system's done. Don't get depressed over that. You know what I mean? Move on, build a new system. You know what I mean? Let's build it. And that's a hard concept for people to swallow. I think that's a hard thing to let go of. Your comfort zone of the US, the, stars and stripes and and it doesn't mean that has to go away. But the point is, like, generally speaking, you're giving up everything you've known. You're giving up all the history, culture, the knowledge, the currency, the way you've done things. And maybe it's not great, but it's better than, people are afraid of the alternative, right? They're afraid of the alternative and it's like being a pioneer. This is kind of like being a pioneer again, right? I mean, this is like you end up on the East Coast, you get off a ship, you've got nothing, you know what I mean? And now it's time to march west and you're coming across mountains. It really is. This is a pioneering all over again.
Which is fundamentally how this country was built, what made this country great. I mean, the founders are probably turning over in their graves looking at people being complacent with it. In fact, I mean, they've stated enough. They would not be tolerating this. They would not be putting up with this. They would not be sitting there stating that this is acceptable. I think they would be profoundly disappointed that people, and I understand people are afraid of the unknown. And this is and I don't even know how to communicate all of it. There's so many different ways of saying, but I do want to hammer on that, if you think we're the greatest country in the world, it's objectively not true. And so the thing is, we have been subject to propaganda, massive propaganda, possibly worse propaganda here than in other countries. And we think we have free speech and we think that we don't have propaganda. And this is why when you look at the CIA, MK Ultra, the Church Committee, the literal direct infiltration of the media. This isn't a joke. These aren't even conspiracy theories. These are all proven through public hearings and FOIA requests. And that's what we know. And it actually gets worse from that. Well, there are most people that if you polled them, they think that we have the First Amendment. We have free speech. We have more free speech in the United States than anywhere in the world. We're like 20th or something. I don't even think we're 20th. We may not even be in the top 20. Haven't been for a long time. You go through these things. And so, I did a talk about this in 2012. I was trying to make this point. I was looking at international ratings on a variety of different things. And the whole point of it was to say, look, if you're going to get better, you have to admit that you have a problem. It's not bad to admit you have a problem. And I know it is tough for people to admit it, but my concern is that we are so constrained with time. Normally you might want people to get to it slowly and kind of more of a deliberate process. And the problem is if you yell it, then people think that you're nuts, but we're legitimately in a position where we're significantly enough out of time that this is kind of shouting. You should shout fire in a crowded theater if there's an actual fire, right? And I feel like that's where we're at. And I'm not sure how to do it because it's that balance between either people think you're nuts, and won't believe you, or they just won't listen to you. It's that whole Charles Tart quote: one level of awareness, if you're one level removed, they find it inspiring. 2 levels, they fall asleep. 3 levels, they become angry. 4 levels, they want to kill you. This is actually true with this. And so this is why you have to get people that are early adopters. But man, the fragmentation, I look at the fragmentation. That's why the Nasara Jassara thing pissed me off so much, because that's taking people that are at least curious enough to pursue alternative currency and puts them down a situation where they're waiting for the Bank of International Settlements to save them, which you know how bad of an idea that is, and how unlikely an organization that was founded to start laundering Nazi gold is probably not going to be the ones to save humanity. But hey, look, that's just my view on this. So it is tough. It's tough to get a group, but once you realize it, the only reason I'm able to do this is because, you know, I got to experience getting crushed by the government at an early age. You know what I mean? That's the only reason that I'm here is that, you know, like COVID wasn't a surprise, because I'd experienced these other things and then experienced these other things. Well, I mean, it's only because of those experiences. It's like, okay, I've seen this I've literally seen this movie before. Here we are. Now, and then once you go through it, then, you know, you can spot it and recognize the pattern. That's the only thing that's special about it. But I don't know. I talk to people about this a lot. You know, you kind of have to hit rock bottom sometimes. I mean, you mentioned the situation, and I think maybe we have social nets, safety nets. Maybe it's kind of like we use drugs to numb our emotions. No, we have all these external things to stop us from feeling what we actually need to feel, because there's signals about what's going on in the world around us. And we have institutions that help proliferate that and extend it as well. We're surrounded by things that aren't safety nets. They're more like nooses in a way. And because I think everybody has the ability to change. I mean, profound change. If you look at most major, heroes throughout history, they've gone through some kind of dark night of the soul, profound experience. I mean, this is open to everyone. Our unwillingness to let people, experience life and feel the impact of their own decisions and everything else. That's problematic. But we're not going to get it all at once. I do have faith that people can work through these things if they're allowed to. But I think that we're setting up a situation right now where we're programming people to such a level. And now at this point, I mean, whether it's blue light or, drugs or 5G, whatever it is, like I'm wondering at what point, when do people lose free will? Like, is there a layer at which, I don't know. That's a whole conversation I could have about.
Yeah. Well, don't you think the technocrats want to steal that? Don't you think they want to steal the free will and put it into a box so they can live forever? I mean, isn't that sort of what we're up against? I mean, haven't they clearly stated they want to live forever in a technocratic box? I mean, so what would they have to do that? They'd have to steal the free will of man, right? In a sense.
Yeah. And I mean, in a sense, and I don't think they've thought through. So what is this, again, when you try to think through what their actual utopian situation is here, like, I don't think one thing Curtis Yarvin has not done is presented any compelling future about what a world looks like. He's presented that I'm angry at shit libs and I can be provocative with what I say, but he's painted no positive future of where the world is a better place. There's nothing at all inspiring. The whole thing is based on spite. And understandably, that is an emotion people have. And it's understandable based on, the deterioration that we've experienced in this country and how people are actually feeling. But it is not you're not selling it. He's not selling a vision. There's nothing compelling about the outcome of this. Unless your whole disposition is built on rage. Like, really, there's nothing. I've listened to enough of it. I find him very difficult to listen to, but I've listened to enough of it where none of it's inspiring.
Yeah. Well, I mean, have you ever watched Larry Ellison? I mean, he is very passionate about cameras. I mean, you can find clips. I mean, he gets excited. I mean, his heart rate rises when he talks about cameras and cameras everywhere. I mean, it's very disturbing.
Oh, it's incredibly disturbing. And so I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if he has a fan, he's not as reviled as Bill Gates. I guess people are probably fairly neutral on him. Like, I don't get the sense that people put him in I don't get the sense that people understand his background and what his companies do. or what he said.
Mhm.
But he seems like people. It seems like people have a neutral opinion on him.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, I'm getting very concerned about him. I mean, when he's taking over TikTok, controlling the algorithm, he's getting a lot of rage baiting control. I mean, he can rage bait a lot of people pretty quickly, with the controls he's getting at his fingertips.
Oh,
And that's
he's
concerning.
he's a massive threat. I'm not saying people should be
Yeah.
neutral. I think
Yeah.
that he's been quiet. He's been more
Mhm.
quiet than others, and now, as a result of that, he's been able to move more stealthily. But I think that this is problematic. Yeah, I'm looking. I'm looking at, so who are his mentors, and and I'm not even kidding. This came up: Genghis Khan and Napoleon. A guy named Mike Davis from Ampex Computers, Edgar Codd from IBM, but then Genghis Khan and Napoleon. And so who are some of the people he's mentored? Mark Benioff from Salesforce,
Yeah, perfect.
Tom Siebel, Siebel Systems. I mean, I don't know. People think that these guys. I don't know how to get people concerned about it. And again, I'm also from the standpoint of I don't want people to be pessimistic about technology. This is why I think the fact that the word is technocracy, and then if you're against technocracy, that means you're a Luddite, and you're against technology. That's a problem. That is a problem. I can tell you, I had a dinner in a foreign country with a high-powered group of people that are wealthy and in the tech space, and we got to the conversation about Musk. And one of the guys who is a politician who does get it from Europe, who really does get it, was like, wow. He was like excited. Like he's like I was his new best friend. But the other guys that were libertarian crypto people were like, oh no, Musk is great. And when I explained what technocracy was, you brought it up earlier, that it's kind of like a lot of people are like, well, my definition of technocracy is, and that was exactly what it was. Their definition of technology, so they had in their mind their definition of technocracy was using technology to make government more efficient. They didn't understand that it's a complete ideology and an entire movement and an entire system. And then I laid it out. They'd never heard of it before. But I guess that shouldn't surprise me. I've only heard about it for 3 or 4 years now. Like I didn't hear about it. Patrick Wood's material should be 1,000 times more popular than it is. His material is amazing. And when I found out about it, I couldn't deny what I had just read, right? And then I validated that what he was saying was true. Well, once you know that, but almost, I think you said what, 0.5% or 1%? I don't even think that. I think the number of people that know about technocracy is probably, I don't know, 100,000 people. I'm not even kidding. I think it's really pretty low. Because I've been at conferences of people that are like, red pill expo kind of, they already know the UN's bad. They're already looking for outside systems. They're still not familiar with technocracy. So,
Yeah. Well, I think there's a group that wouldn't be hard to have the conversation, and they would say, oh, I agree with that. I agree with that. It's just a different set of definitions, but I think they sense the technology threat. Maybe it's not as informed in terms of, technology isn't all bad. It's not all good. It's not all bad. It can be very positive for those who can harness it, especially for those who can harness it in a good fashion for the benefit of themselves and for others, instead of just for, control and dominance. But it's funny. I couldn't help but think of this. Maybe this will apply, maybe it won't. But it was last summer. My daughters are swimmers, and we went to a swim meet up in Amish territory, which is, I don't know, an hour and a half from my house or something like that. Ohio's got a lot of Amish, and so does Pennsylvania. And we didn't know. My wife set up a B&B. She just booked it because there was nothing around where the swimming pool was at, and so anyways, we end up, we were driving there, and I'm thinking, like, I think this is an Amish territory. This will be fun. So, but the thing is, like, they have battery power, they have solar. I mean, they're not missing a thing, really. They have a phone because we were able to leave a message. So somehow and really, it's not like they have technology. It's just in a different way. You know what I mean? Like they're resourceful. You know, they are productive. The problem is that they could get blindsided, kind of like a plague, an actual natural organic plague. They could get blindsided by a plague so quickly because the divergence between, you know, the AI, that's the question. Can this AI, can the productivity that you're seeing, you know, create such a chasm between them and then that really does change things, right? That really does, because you know, in the hands of the wrong people, they'll just buy all that land up. You know, they'll just come in and press them out of there, buy up the politics, push them right out of there. I'm surprised it hasn't happened, to be quite honest, yet. I don't know how the Amish hold their ground up there, to be quite honest, you know, without somebody coming in and steamrolling. They must be pretty efficient at farming and doing what they do, you know. And they're not all farmers, but it's just it's fascinating to question how far have we really come, you know, because they're still doing it. And when we stayed there, I mean, it was, you know, in the middle of the night, it's dark. There's kids zooming up and down the street on these electric bicycles, you know, instead of having the horse and carriage. I mean, they've got these little electric bikes. You know, they're not totally outside the the technology realm, and they're all night long. They're just zipping back and forth down the road. You see them, they go the other direction. It was actually pretty comical to watch. You know, you hear the crickets, and then it goes a little electric bike, and you know, it's a little Amish dude, you know, a little Amish kid on there buzzing over to his buddy's house or something. Yep. So it's not bad. I mean, and yet there's, I mean, you know, you could turn a whole show into that. You know what I mean? Really, you could talk about that for an hour or two easily. Anyway, my point is, how big is the gap, and what does it do if you know, these few people that we're concerned about, you know, that are amassing they're clearly pumping money into this, Aaron, right? $4 trillion of additional money coming in, and even people like, I don't know if you know, what's his name? I'm drawing a blank. Ken Griffin of Citadel, and what's the other guy, that Green Light Capital? He was just on the other day. David. Anyway, one of these hedge fund guys, and he's a pretty good short seller. And he, you know, they're saying that the whole technology, the amount of money that they're pumping in is getting to the point where it's getting excessive. But again, irrational exuberance. We saw that in 96, and it went on for 4 or 5 more years, right? And like you said, so, you know, we were talking about that the other day, and I thought it was a wise comment that, yeah, even though we had a bubble, and even though everything, you know, went up, bubbled, a lot of people lost a lot of money on it, right? You know, people got suckered in at the top, didn't get out in time, and rode it all the way down. Nonetheless, there was huge productivity gains that occurred in there. And we know that the United States is the most productive large economy in the world, you know, still, I think, right? At least those are the numbers we get. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, not per capita by person, but I mean, whatever. There's you know,
you can measure it different ways.
Yep.
Yeah. And so, you know, again, that goes back to how much of the data are we getting that's wrong, and how are we looking at it? And I probably need to reevaluate that, because I say that a lot on my show, and I probably should know what I'm talking about a little bit more before I just go on and say that. Because that's kind of what we're saying isn't the case tonight. When we look at China, you know, they already have the robots in place. We don't, you know, so they could be more productive potentially pretty quickly. So yeah, a lot of questions. Like you said, not all the answers.
But again, I say even to that, what difference does it make if it's China? I mean, there's investment going that, like,
right.
Why does it matter? I think well, it's interesting to see what they're doing. I need to look more into the Chinese system, and what they're doing. I mean, have you seen these like cities that they've built with huge apartment buildings that are completely empty? I mean, there's a lot of weird stuff going on over there. It's hard. You know, at some point should go over there and actually travel and see firsthand what's going on. I was working on a clean tech thing back in maybe 2012. I ended up leaving because they ended up trying to work on, I didn't want anything to do with government subsidies or government contracts, but it was a weird thing to work on because I was working with Victoria Nuland's brother. And I didn't know who she was at the time, and he was in China. He was like a big guy at Seagram's or something in China, Yale and everything else. It was a really weird group of people, but I know at some point, so the company that I was working with, it was a startup, but the guy had sold his first company to Oracle and then started a .com company that it was, I can't remember the name of it now, but I think it did an IPO like literally at the peak of the .com and then just crashed. Really bright guy. But they were doing all of their manufacturing in China. So it was constantly going over to China and working on cutting deals to do manufacturing. One of the things they worked on was a solar panel that you could put on your window and then plug in a USB device to it. I mean, this, 13 years ago, that was actually pretty innovative. The other thing was, LED lights that you could use with a solar panel thing on the top for parking lights, or for like the airport parking, or anytime you're in a parking lot, those lights use a massive amount of energy. Anyway, I'm trying to figure out where was I even going with this? I had the point was just even back then, 13 years ago, the amount of all of the production was done in China. Even for cutting edge stuff, that it was called regen, the solar panel thing. There was no question that it was going to be manufactured in China. We worked with a group called Ammunition Group, and the lead designer there was the lead designer previously at Apple. And most of the projects that they worked on, they would do the design, they would do the industrial design. Almost everything was manufactured in China. This is 13 years ago. So it's not even just a relatively new phenomenon. And the weird thing is, so it started out that labor was cheap, right? This is why people were doing this. But now they have complete factories that are robotically run. And so we have people that are sitting here saying, well, if we use tariffs or whatever, we're going to bring back jobs to America. That's not even possible. That doesn't even make sense. It's going to be run by robots. So if people are thinking that we're going back to the 1980s or whatever, we're going to get back the jobs and factories in Pennsylvania or whatever, you're out of your mind. It doesn't even make sense that would happen. Those things are not coming back. There is almost like this 1980s nostalgia with Trump. I almost think his perception of China is from the 1980s. I think that his tariffs and everything, I don't even think he understands what game he's playing with these tariffs. But it's a very, very weird mindset that seems to be backfiring. But I mean, I bring this up just because, whether it's China or America or not, this is what I say. What I say is trade with anyone, anywhere in the world, and don't care about who the governments are. This is actually the way forward. Why do we need governments involved in voluntary transactions? I mean, the truth of the matter is, it's like you take pharmaceuticals. I mean, you've been able to get pharmaceuticals from India for years through the mail. I mean, this is not exactly a secret, right? I mean, they haven't been able to stop that. But I mean, at the same time, why do we pretend? What is the role of the government in blocking these transactions using tariffs? To try to act like you're helping your people while the people that are politicians at the top are basically fleecing people on financial instruments. That's essentially what it's all about. It has nothing to do with culture. It has nothing to do with protecting anything. It's usually a finance scam for the people at the top. Even the formation of the CIA itself, when you look into this, was half of the CIA were pro-communist and the other were pro-Nazi. And most of them ended up being affiliated with these now what we call white shoe law firms out of New York, trying to cut business deals. It had nothing to do with national defense. The whole thing has been a scam. And it's not even ideological. That's a whole other thing. I don't know if I'll do one on the CIA, but maybe. But at some point, this is an organization that's rotten from inception, just like the FBI. Yeah. And the reason it's important to do these things and to deconstruct and show the history of this is people have to wake up to the fact that if you have this picture that it was America's Andy Griffith and that the FBI is like the men in black or whatever, or gray suits or whatever, and they're the good guys, that's all false. That's literally propaganda. Courtney knows about that. I mean, at this point, we all know about that. That was actually propaganda. It's always been propaganda. Yes, your worldview and what you thought was true, at least with respect to these government institutions, is a complete lie. The faster you get to acceptance, the sooner you can move forward. The longer you hold off, and if you don't rip off that that Band-Aid, it's going to be bad. Yes, you're going to go through. A lot of this was devastating for me. I think I told you this. The thing that I mean, I started out as a Ayn Rand capitalist, like just believer. I believe in individual rights. I mean, there's still some aspects of it that have carried through. But when I started my first company, I thought we actually had capitalism in this country until I met with 150 VCs, spent time on Wall Street, interviewing investment banks, going through the process of trying to go public and learning how that whole process works and realizing how much just crap it is. Then you realize, no, we have a crony system that is marketed with propaganda as being capitalism. It is not capitalism at all. It is completely cronyism. And it has been for 30, I've known that for 30 years, and it's gotten so much worse. Right? Tech went from libertarian to the surveillance state. Like, it's now way off the reservation. It's not even close. So that was my first wake-up call. I almost wrote a book about it. In retrospect, I actually put together a website in 1999. They called it Internet House of Cards because I wanted to actually expose what was going on even at the time. Are you familiar with Henry Blodgett?
Yeah.
Yeah, he runs Business Insider. I met with him. I think he was at CIBC Oppenheimer. I think they were in the World Trade Center. I met with him in 2000 or whatever. And he had his bow tie and he was doing all, he was this big hotshot analyst.
Yep.
And I had a candid conversation with him. Like, so you are pushing these companies, and he had some banker there named Kent F. I remember this guy, another asshole. And I'm sitting here in this, and we're in this, big conference room or whatever, overlooking this. And their whole concern was, at the time, my company wasn't losing enough money. And they were concerned that we weren't losing enough money and that we needed to have a brand name VC involved. Now, I mean, I met with Goldman Sachs. I met with all of them at some point after going through this process. But I'm kind of like, when the dot-com bubble burst, just understand what you had was search engines that went public. And the search engines went public based on revenue, which was largely driven by e-commerce companies, which were raising money from venture capital, burning cash to pay for these advertising contracts, where when you did the math, unless their lifetime customer value was like $500,000, they were never going to make the money back. The whole thing was a scam. And it was a scam pushed by investment bankers and by analysts. I mean, it was a complete scam. They would gatekeep, and it was all based on, well, I know this guy. We're going to take these guys public because I know this guy. I mean, companies, I have so many stories about this, but it was tragic for me to learn that, because I mean, I had this idealistic view that America is all about capitalism and entrepreneurship, and then you find out it's about cronyism and bullshit, especially on Wall Street and Silicon Valley. But anyway, that's a story for another day.
Yeah. Well, and it ties back in. I have a similar experience. When I got out of graduate school, I went down to Florida working on, building asset allocation models for big pension funds around the world. But the initial job was we got funding from the NASDAQ bubble, 3, 4, or 5 firms. I can't remember how many got, 10, 15 million bucks each divvied up to make a product for the general public, so that they didn't get duped again by the NASDAQ bubble, something like that. So the goal was to take, they found these small institutional firms, build a product, make it available to the public. Here's some of the money from, finding, the Hank Blodgetts and all the different groups, right? All the fines that supposedly were incurred. And then you find out we never even released that product. So we take in all the money, do all the research, gather all the data, build the product, never even release it. I never saw it ever get released to the public. And I don't think any of that stuff ever did, because enough time passes, people's memories are short, they forget, they move on, and so forth. And so it's the same kind of a thing, and you watch this stuff, like you watch things go down during that period of time. I did too. Then, 6 or 7 years later, you see that, basically, I don't know if it's the exact same thing, but a very similar thing happened with 2008. And then you see things, the flash crash and other things go on through the 2010s, things with Obama, Ebola scare, and then obviously repo crisis, COVID, we go through all that stuff. And so I sense it with you, something's coming. And I think the big thing with these sovereign wealth funds is this, here's for me, the takeaway is that essentially the governments are picking winners and losers. So this goes back to your point that capitalism really doesn't have much of a chance when sovereign wealth funds driven by governments, monarchs, are essentially picking winners and losers, and that's a big problem, right? That it from the top down, that's a top down thing, but it's hard to win when the government's picking winners and losers like that. And they really are, because if they fund Intel, what does that do for, now you can make a great case for backing Intel, right? NVIDIA, government. Here's the other thing that happens, Aaron. Don't forget the coercion. The U.S. government funds Intel 9.9%, and then they coerce NVIDIA to come in with another $5 billion, right? And now they're coercing Apple to come in again and backstop and invest in Intel. So it's a state-driven thing, and it's really picking a winner. I mean, you are really picking a winner with Intel. So what are you doing? You're stopping. You could say, well, that's good because it's going to force, Intel to come back, right? Rebound. But what about the fledgling little company that was fighting its way to innovate? They were actually going into the foundry business. In 5 or 10 years, they might be competing against NVIDIA. They'll never see the light of day anymore, right? Because Intel just has been chosen, So again, back to the capitalism, back to the sovereign wealth funds. I mean, they're picking winners and losers. And not only that, who's driving this selection? Is it really the administration that works on our behalf that we voted for? Or is it really the technocracy that's working with the private equity, that's working with the sovereign wealth funds? And the whole thing's orchestrated to pick these winners and losers for their benefit, not for our benefit. And that's, I mean, that's, putting a cap on the sovereign wealth fund for the night. I mean, I think that, I don't know how else. I mean, that's all I got.
I mean, the government only picks losers. I mean, again, it's a horrible idea. Again, the government does not have a good track record in this. I mean, what does Donald Trump know about picking chip manufacturers? What does the administration know about this? Why would they be equipped to do this? It's an absurd idea, and yeah, it will have a chilling effect.
Well, did you pay attention? Did you pay attention how that whole thing evolved with Intel?
Yeah, the grants.
So Lip Bhutan, did you hear Lip Bhutan, right? He's the CEO. So Intel picked him because they thought this guy would be able to bring Intel back, right? Again, they kind of stepped away from the foundry business, making these, the AI chips, right? Trying to make the components that feed into the NVIDIA chips, right? The Blackwells, the really innovative chips. Well, so they picked this Lip Bhutan guy. President Trump comes out and says, this guy's got to go. He needs fired, right? And then you're like, hold on a second. I would imagine the board and people at Intel hopefully did some homework on picking this guy, right? Then they start saying, oh, he's tied in with Chinese, defense thing and this and that, right? This guy's tied all over the place with, venture capital and all kinds of things out throughout Asia. So President Trump comes out and says, this guy's got to go. He needs to be fired. Then he meets that was on a Friday. On a Monday, he meets with him in the Oval Office. He loves Lip Bhutan. And 1 week later, the U.S. government's investing, 9.9% stake in Intel. You can't make it up, Aaron. I mean, it's right. I mean, if you really break it down, it's a comedy act. You know what I mean? It really is. You're like, what did I just go through here? I mean, it's like a whirlwind. You're like, what just happened?
Yeah, no, it's bad, and we'll start tracking this. I mean, I guess I'm going to break the show into segments. I'll do a intro thing through this lens of again the hypothesis of an emergency, more consolidation of executive power, surveillance, monarchy, technocracy. I'll do an update through that lens to see if that's actually happening or not. I mean, maybe it's not happening. Maybe we say, oh well, clearly we're weakening the executive branch, and we're getting rid of surveillance, and we're taking down security cameras and so forth. It's possible. We'll see what happens, but I think we should start tracking these sovereign wealth funds, and we should start tracking and keeping a scorecard on what do we call it, a backdoor sovereign wealth fund, since they don't have congressional approval, but they're doing it anyway through a whole variety of different. I think documenting the way in which they're doing these different things outside of Congress is important for two reasons. One, to show that we are in fact building a sovereign wealth fund, and then two, to show how they're quite possibly going beyond the powers of the executive branch to do it. I think those are two things to track that I think are useful.
Yeah, and what we should do is do regular updates on it. So if you want, I can start laying out a grid on that. You know, here are all the sovereign wealth funds, you know, here's all their activity, you know what I mean? And we keep track of that. And then we watch it as it evolves, and we do an update every once in a while, you know, maybe a 10-minute update on the Technocracy, you know, when we do that, or, you know, whenever, you know, whenever I'm on your show or whatever, we could do, you know, a 10-minute Technocracy update, anything that's changed. So that's what I can do, is just run the, you know, like I did tonight, 4 or 5 different recent events. One of them was from today. One of them was from last week. Another one from but a lot, you know, in 2 weeks, that's a fair amount of activity, you know, those 4 or 5 current events, that's going to continue. So if every couple of days we're doing that and tracking it, there's going to be a lot more going on that never really hits. Like, how many of those 4 or 5 current events, I mean, how many of those had you ever even heard of? You know what I mean? Like, you know, this stuff slips underneath us, right? It's working the whole time. We're doing other things. It's working. So if we don't track it, we really don't know what's going on. So I'm happy to do that, track this thing. And, you know, we just check in once every 2 weeks, month, whatever, you know, whatever we find the frequency is that makes sense, and track it. And then the other thing is laying out that Technocracy sheet. Let me know when you want to get going on that, because we should really start. It's a lot of stuff to hold in our head. I only have so much RAM, you know what I mean? I'd love to get it down on a sheet of paper. And then that way it's like, then I can free my mind of it and say, oh, what about this guy? Where's he plug in? Where's this guy? Where's this plug in? It'd be nice to clear my head of all that stuff.
Yeah, no, I'm working on it. So that's, I kept on talking about AI and productivity gains. So I've launched 3 sites. The Own Nothing site, I half launched. It's alpha. But 3 sites, Freedom Forge, Daylight Freedom, theaarondayshow.com, have been launched. They're still early, but they're launched. I'm holding off. And by the way, that's why I mean the productivity gains are such that by the time I go to seriously write that, it's going to be so much easier. So it will be this month that we will get a, you know, alpha version going that we can start to play around with. But I'm honing my skills for that, knowing that it is the hardest of the sites by far, because there's a lot of information, there's a lot of scraping data, there's a lot of indexing things, there's a lot of layout stuff that, you know, I'm brushing up on my skills to be able to do that. But we will do that because it is a necessary tool. And I know for everyone listening to this, I know there's we threw a lot of information, a lot of names, a lot of concepts, a lot of ideas. So, you know, if you have any questions, feel free certainly to ask, but also do your own research on this. Look this stuff up. If this stuff sounds, you know, ridiculous, look it up, you know, for yourself. Always, you know, exercise your free will. Don't believe me, but, you know, do your own homework on this, but please do your homework on this, because, understand what the threat is of the government doing a sovereign wealth fund and what that means for things like UBI, what that means for a whole variety of things, pushing the UN agenda and so forth, because you probably won't like it unless you're for those things. You know, you're probably not going to like the likely outcome of this. All right. Well, I guess this was not quite a record, but it's pretty close to a record. I think we're at 4. What is it? Time is it?
I think it's like almost 4:48, 4:49.
4:48, almost 5 hours. So this is probably one of the longest ones. So thank you for coming on and for being a trooper through the whole thing.
Absolutely.
And look forward to talking to you soon. And I'm going to play out the song I'm going to play is the one created specifically for this episode, called The $1 Trillion Trojan Horse. So I hope everyone likes that. Have a good night.
We build our walls for 50 years to keep the empires out. But now the crown is forged within of algorithms and doubt. A signature at midnight, the pen of kings disguised, a sovereign crown of numbers, an empire digitized. Shadows on the marble walls, whispers in the door. kings became